This conference will now be
Welcome,
recorded.
everyone. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, and thank you for your patience after our closed session. Everyone, thank you. Today is April 7th, 2026. It is now 5:52 p.m., and we're starting the other agenda items for the work meeting. The first agenda item, let me also welcome the council members. We have a full council in attendance, and again, we appreciate your patience. The work meeting agenda item after the closed session, number 1, is a Highway 189 properties. If any of you are here for that presentation, feel free to come forward and you'll speak directly into the microphone. Jamie, we'll turn it over to you for the initial presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just going to pull up a map here. Let me make sure we're sharing this in the world on the internet. There we go. So we have representatives here from that represent these properties found at 2400 South down to approximately 3000 South on the west side of 189. You guys can come forward and sit in these chairs as property owners. Josh Becker is kind of leading, and then we have some other property owner representatives. The history with this property is that they went into the town of Charleston and asked them to annex. Charleston said, no, we're not interested in annexing. Also some background prior to that is Charleston came to the city council and had requested a sewer agreement with the city. The city entered into an agreement with Charleston with certain limitations. So one is that Charleston wouldn't annex some properties north of here for a period of 3 years in order to allow UDOT to finish their bypass study. That term of that agreement expired back in 22. Has expired back in 25 because it was 3 years from December 13th, 22. And since then, since the expiration, UDOT actually has identified their preferred alternative. Also, Charleston would not annex parcels north of 2400 South, which they haven't again done. And then the city had agreed at that time that they would not annex any parcels located south of 2400 South and west of the Sagebrush and Spring Creek Canal. That the property owners petitioned the annexation to Charleston. They were denied, and then Charleston actually approached the city in December and had requested that they terminate that agreement with the city. So that all these requirements have been voluntarily terminated between Heber City and Charleston. And so what we're seeing is we have the property owners here as a unified front coming and just wanting to start the conversation with the council about whether or not the city would consider amending the annexation policy boundary to incorporate those particular properties. What you're seeing here is the map. This is the annexation expansion area as part of the policy plan. The red or kind of a maroon is Heber City's current boundaries, with a couple exceptions. We've had a few annexations since then. And then the other is the expansion area. The area we're looking at is on the southwest corner across from the airport. So this is these are the properties here, about 95 acres, and the applicants are here, the property owners are here just wanting to have that conversation with the council to see if there's any appetite of potentially looking at a future annexation for these properties into the city. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Would you state your name, please, sir?
Yeah, my name is Josh Becker. We didn't actually get denied. We know the process.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying.
So we never tried to annex it, so we went through the process. We just started the conversation. Oh,
Okay,
thanks. Sorry.
Yeah, if you can clarify that process.
Yeah, so we were in conversations with Charleston because they were going to provide sewer as part of that agreement, and then they decided to remove themselves from the sewer, and so we didn't proceed any further. So we weren't denied annexation. We never went after it. So
thank you for that clarification. Yeah. So I think the time is for you and the council to have the conversation of whether or not council would like to entertain that.
So given the time constraints that we have, do you want to talk about what you would like to do with annexation initially? Do you have anything you want to present to us other than this?
No, we just wanted to start the conversation. I mean, I think logically it would make some sense to add commercial just because of the highway frontage. And so that, we haven't gotten too deep into it. We started down and presented a few plans to Charleston based on their future land use maps. But when they could no longer provide utilities, they were like, you're better off to go with Heber. And so we ended those conversations. So
Okay.
ideally it would be, obviously commercial frontage to some depth and then residential behind that, but.
Okay, and then are you familiar with the needs of how the sewer could potentially be pumped up to Heber City?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. And so we're aware that we would probably be responsible for getting that and.
yes. That was the
and
original
proving,
wheeling
yes.
agreement, right? Okay. Just one more question. Do you have any potential commercial at this point?
No, we haven't pursued it yet just because we wanted to see what the appetite was before we started.
Okay.
you know.
And then one more question. Out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 parcels there, which ones do you own?
John Taylor, I don't own any of the parcels. I represent an investor who purchased that in mid last year, the 28 acres on the south part of that.
What
And-
is it? The Charleston LLC or something like
Yes.
that? And that's 3 of those 5?
Those 3 southernmost parcels. And we're just very much interested in the future of that property, what happens there. She's a passive investor and she's fine with it being in agricultural for a period of time. But I want to make sure that the planning, the growth happens to what benefits the valley, benefits the area. And that all depends upon the utilities and how it goes. And I'm here to support. I didn't petition for this meeting, but I'm here to support Josh and his information fact finding with Heber City.
Okay, so Josh, do you own any of the parcels?
The corner of 2400 south, so that
Oh,
40
that one.
acres. And
Okay.
then Keith Holiday owns the 25 acres next to it.
Mhm.
And he's in St. George and couldn't be here, but he's like, just let council know that I'm in support of it as well.
So council, do you have any questions for these presenters? Any comments for the presenters?
I guess for me, I probably would prefer that, maybe taking this back to Charleston. Obviously, if there hasn't really been, what we were under the impression that, you were rejected from the annexation, that you never were given the opportunity to discuss this with Charleston. I think that for me is where we start first. I'm not, as a council member, ready to look into annexing something that is so remotely far from our current city boundaries. Also, there is concern as well, depending on what your projects are and what you're looking to do in the future, which is obviously a little bit vague right now, understandably, what that might entail. And in that case, we have to take into consideration HVSSD's concerns on that as well. I sit on that board. I'm aware of what our restrictions are at this time. And so I think this is something that definitely, in my opinion, needs to be taken back to the township that is nearest to these properties and give them the opportunity to decide, see what they would like to do going forward as well.
Okay, thank you.
So we didn't petition them for annexation because they didn't want to provide utilities, right? They don't want. So it's not a function of having further discussions of if they
How long
want it or
ago
not.
was this decision? I mean, how long ago was that discussion?
It's when they backed out of the sewer agreement in December.
In December then?
So it's been 90 days.
I see,
Yeah.
I see.
So just to clarify, sorry, I'll accept that was a misunderstanding of our conversation, is I thought they had applied for annexation.
Okay,
They've had the communication with Charleston.
okay.
Charleston, just like we're doing now, Charleston said, no, in fact, we're going to back out. They came petition the city and
Yes,
actually.
I'm aware of
canceled.
that. Yeah.
So if I misrepresented or have a
Okay.
misunderstanding, but he has had conversations with Charleston at this point.
Okay, and at this point,
Ask
okay.
for verification on those dates, just so that we know that you went to certain meetings.
Yeah, so it's been from March 2024. So it's been 2 years that I've been working with Charleston. And then we couldn't petition annexation or anything until, I guess it was that expired January of 2025. And so that's when we started the conversations and we're presenting plans and going along with what they were after, what they had on their future land use maps. And then because they knew we were, like, our petition for annexation was imminent, they had the discussion of, do we really want to bring this in? Do we want this expansion to our city? And then backed out of the sewer agreement in December. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Any other questions or comments, council?
Yeah, high level, I mean, it seems to me to not make a whole lot of sense to want to be there with no future plans and no understanding of what you want to do to be ready to commit to digging sewer that far. It seems like you either, I'm not saying you're lying, but it seems like you either have an idea of what you want to do and therefore have this mentality that yes, it's going to be worth it to dig these things, or you don't. And if you don't, then I don't think you can have the opinion that, oh, we're good with how many miles? I mean, it's miles of what? Mile plus of sewer line, and then maintenance and stuff. I don't think it makes any sense at all. It's very interesting that there's no plan at all. So, and I am of the opinion where, and I have stood by, my past actions have been, I don't want to consider an annexation where I have no idea what's going to go there. I don't know what's going to go there. And so I think it's premature. I would say same thing. Go back to Charleston. You have different leadership there now. I realize that what they told you, was no interest in that. But you have a new mayor there. You have a different group of people to potentially talk to, and they may have a different mindset.
Yeah, I mean, you still run into and we do kind of know what we want. Like I said, we were just working with a different city, right? And they had different objectives. And it's 1.8 miles for the sewer. And so,
That's a long line.
yeah, and we understand that, but, and we've actually, I've had discussions with the new mayor and council, so.
Yeah.
I just want to bring up, it is very early and without a concept plan, but this is a gateway into Heber City. Heber City already owns the property across the highway, south of the airport. And Heber City has the opportunity to get the kind of growth they want on their gateway. And Charleston is not interested in doing a sewer and bonding for it and putting the burden on their residents to do that.
Yeah.
Because it's a smaller community and it's not well served by those utilities. That's why we want to talk to Heber City. It's why it is early, but to introduce and have the opportunity for Heber City to put something on the gateway, whether it's retail or some industrial or to grow in that direction.
Thank you for that. Let me clarify my opinion and then I'll be done, Mike. So I'm not a no. I don't understand why we would right now.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I appreciate you guys coming. It is property that I think someday will be annexed into Heber City, and I think someday it will be probably commercial. I think right now, my opinion is it's too early to look at this. It's too far out of town. What's really important to me and to us is what's already in town, and there's a lot of properties that we'd like to see redeveloped. And since this currently is zoned agriculture, it's not like something that the county's already zoned it commercial. This is different, and I think my opinion is it's years too early. I think it will happen, not while I'm on council or any of us really, but I think once the Olympics come and the highway's finally built and new councilors are sitting here, I think at some point it will make sense. I don't think there's a benefit to Heber City right now to do that. My honest opinion.
Does anybody else want to say? Okay, all right. Just to clarify, given that your proximity to the airport, there might need to be some FAA approvals. And Matt, could you help remind me if there's height requirements? Yeah, there's height requirements that close to the airport, and they have to be approved by the FAA. So that's another hurdle, just so you know, for that particular property. And then what Yvonne was referring to with HVSSD, we only have so much capacity at the existing sewer plant. And that capacity likely won't change for another decade, if then, right? If then. It's quite a process to go through on that. And so when Mike is saying he would prefer that the sewer ERUs that we have access right now, you know, for our city to be used within the existing city, that's part of that trade-off. You know, if you guys want commercial, who knows how many ERUs you would use? And you should know that car washes use a lot more ERUs than just one, okay? Because they're churning out, right, even with recycled water. I don't know if anybody here wants to put high-density residential right there. You see what I mean? That's probably really out of place right there and not able, perhaps, you know, in my opinion, to be sustainable at this point. But most developers want to do the residential first before they commit to the commercial. There's a lot of work to bring in the commercial. We're just telling you what we've heard, okay? You already know it yourself, okay? So that's why this item was kind of short, just to get the first glance at it, see where you guys are at, and see what the concerns were. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks.
Is there anything else that anybody else wants to say?
So,
I mean, yeah, keep in touch.
Yeah.
If you were to come back and say, this is exactly what we're planning to do, here's what it looks like, and we're willing to enter into, if you're willing to think about annexation, we're willing to enter into an agreement that this and only this is what we're going to do, I would at least be more interested in talking to you, because then I would at least know what I'm talking about.
so can I make a real quick clarification?
Yes, go ahead,
And
Jamie.
just the reason I'm making a clarification, but I also want to ask for guidance from the council because I want to do what the council wants. So remember, this is not in the annexation policy plan. The very first step is to actually amend the plan before they can ever petition for annexation.
Right.
And so that's why they've kind of come and said, hey, we're open to ideas that you would have. They have some ideas, but they wanted to come with open mind to the council instead of a pre-canned kind of package. However, and I think they probably would be willing to do that. The question is going to come back to, is the council even willing to go through the annexation boundary, the annexation expansion area amendment process before they ever apply for annexation? Because they're a ways away from applying for annexation right now. That's what I'm trying to get is, does the council want us to go through that process? And if the answer is no, that's what we're looking for, or maybe not now, maybe in a few years, whatever. Or if it's, hey, we want to see more of your plan before we even entertain going through. That's what I need, but I kind of need a consensus of at least three on the council to say, here's what my guidance is. So we just make sure we know what we're doing for you.
Go ahead, Sid.
So I think, yeah, not at this time, probably, Jamie, and maybe in a future date. And you hit it. It's our one of our front doors into the valley and into the city, and it's critical. So we just need to be really sensitive of that.
Which that's for us, we'd like to know what you want, so we know we're not going in a direction that's completely contrary to what you want, right? So that's another reason why we wanted to come in, and before we came in, like Jamie mentioned, with any preconceived notions of what should be there, find out what the city wants there, and then move in that direction. Because we're happy to go in whatever direction the city would like us to go in. We just kind of need to know, you know, we're real good at coloring inside the lines.
Well, I want a
I don't
Costco.
want you to go down a rabbit hole that's going to go
Right.
anywhere. And yeah, you're correct in getting direction from us. Right now, me personally, I can't envision what happens out there right now. It's a field and stuff like that. But when the bypass comes, it might be a different, use that needs to be out there. Yeah, I really hate as a planner to have these nodes of commercial by these interstates. It just doesn't do well. We want, like Mike said, we have visions for downtown, and that's where we want a lot of our density in our commercial right now, but who knows in the future. So,
The bypass cutting off downtown.
So
If you're looking for further, I would say probably also wait. I don't think this is something that we really could honestly discuss right now. I think there's needs to be a waiting period, and I think we're not at that position yet. And I'm not interested in doing anything to change our policy, our current policies. So if that's helpful, well, I appreciate, but I do appreciate that you've come in and that you're willing to kind of share those thoughts with us. It kind of gives us an idea of what's coming in the future. And most of us may not even be sitting here at that time. So whatever the decisions are, then that's for another council, but for this council, for me anyways, no, thank you.
I do want to thank you for bringing up the annexation policy plan. And I'm just going to say, there's one more thing you should consider. If you will go to Charleston and try to work through their processes and finally get turned down in every way, shape, and form, then it's less likely that they would appeal to the Boundary Commission if you came back here. There's a county boundary commission. Anyone can appeal any annexation anywhere. It's in, I think your area is in Charleston's annexation boundary area, not Heber's, right? And so if you just decided to, come back and try to push things, then Charleston can appeal because it's not in ours, and we changed it for you, if that makes sense, right? And then that just draws out the process even more, and it goes to a separate board that gets to decide whether you annex or not. So like I say, you might want to work through the processes first in Charleston and really make sure that they are so not interested that you will not get an appeal from them. Maybe they'll even change their annexation policy plan. I don't know. But do you see what I mean? Other people can also protest any annexations, and I just wanted you to be aware of that. Okay, sorry for all of the hurdles.
One more though.
No, I was just gonna say, what I heard was that the majority of the council saying now is not the time, there may be in the future. So the answer is we're not gonna proceed forward with any sort of policy plan amendment.
I think the idea is to, this council's heard for years about big commercial projects coming in that don't happen, okay, or get changed. And so I'm sure this council would like more certainty, if that's possible for you, on whatever commercial you'd like to bring in. But I think any high density residential you want to put in that area is going to be a firestorm for you.
We didn't have any plans on high density residential.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate your time. We're going to move on now to the Old Mill Village Townhome restrictions. And Jamie, if you can hopefully discuss this in 10 or 15 minutes, that's great. Anyone that's here for that, please feel free to come forward. And you do have to eat the microphone and tell us your name when it's time for you to speak. You're welcome to come forward.
So yeah, I'll try to make this really
Amy.
quick for you, council. So we have these gentlemen here. They visited with you a few months ago. They visited with you a few months ago, and they had concerns about the kind of the viability of this project, and they were actually under contract to purchase it. They at that point had asked for some. You were open to the idea of changing some of the restrictions. They decided to move forward. They purchased the property. They are now selling, and as they're selling on the market, and they can represent this, but what they've shared with staff is that, and their concern is, as they've put it out to the market, they're finding that the 90% AMI is hitting about where market is anyway. But because of the owner occupancy restrictions, there's some fear in the market that, hey, if I lose my job or something of that nature happens as a buyer, I don't have a backup plan if I can't sell to somebody who is an owner, and there's maybe some market instability there or concern. I want to make sure that I can rent that to ensure that, hey, I'm going to be fine in terms of my my loan. And so ultimately, that's what they're asking for, is they're looking to see if there's a willingness to enter into a development agreement amendment to remove some, or if not all, of the owner occupancy requirements. Did I explain that pretty simply?
Correct. Yeah.
So,
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councilman. I'm Tom Howells with the HOA, so we got to manage this chaos. Obviously, been working with Mason. We're going on about seven months now. So good news. It's okay to share hers. We've actually got the development turned around, and we've got a lot of stuff completed, and it's in a lot better shape. And that's kind of the intent to move forward. Thanks to Mason and his group coming to the table. A lot of progress. Mason kind of go through of the 36 units they purchased. I think the last 8 are just getting framed right now, and it's really changing the overall aesthetic and really kind of coming to the table and has helped the HOA as we finish out the amenities. So a blight actually having turned around. So thanks to him and his team, kind of the stall, I'll let Mason kind of speak to it, is with regard to the development agreement, really trying to abide by kind of the letter of how it was written and becoming a disclosable item. We kind of run into 2 different things that Jamie kind of pointed out. One is there was kind of the 90% AMI caveat that, regardless, Mason and his team have stayed true to regardless.
Well below that.
Yeah, but to really try to get that affordable group in there. But as they have had multiple buyers come in with that disclosable item of this owner occupied item could result in a fine or your resellability, they don't necessarily understand it. It's kind of vague or just of the complexities of the development agreement. It was the 90% basically sunset after the first purchase. The owner occupancy was kind of silent to it, so implies it lives on in perpetuity, and it's causing confusion. And people looking for affordable housing are essentially moving on because they don't want to have, like Mason was talking about. So when you talk about some of the personal experience.
Yeah, their biggest issue. So we've sold, of the 36, we sold 4 of the units over 7 months at a price that's well below market or what we thought we would come on at. During that time, we've had about 15 to 20 groups say, hey, we would definitely buy this, but when we get ourselves in a position of getting a mortgage on it and we're putting 3 to 5% down, if I lose my job next year and I cannot rent this out, I then have to sell it, and they have to bridge a gap from paying the selling fees and everything, and probably come to the table with money. So everyone's basically saying, hey, if we don't have the safety net of being able to lease this out, and I have to go live with my in-laws or whatever, then we're going to move on and just pay a higher price for something that does allow that. So that's the issue we're kind of coming up against right now.
Okay, questions, comments, council?
I'll start.
Go ahead. Okay.
So I understand your situation. It's a tough one, and something's happened out there. This to us was an affordable housing project where 20% of these things were going to be the first thing sold, hopefully.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what happened. I mean, I don't know if anyone does, but
I don't know.
it seems like it's been a disaster. I'm really reticent to walk away from everything. And I'm really reticent to just say anybody can buy these. Investment clubs, corporate, real estate investment trusts, go ahead and buy the whole thing. We'll just sell the whole thing to you, and you can get renters in there. I think there's 2 things. And this is now, and we can discuss it. I'm not, hard on this, but I'd really like to keep the owner occupancy, but I think we can, and we've talked about this before when Garbett came. I think we can also have reasonable allowances for relatives, foreclosures, losing your job, economic recession. I mean, these things do happen. Military or religious service. I think those are all valid reasons people leave. But what we want is, I think if the first person that buys it, the first couple, the first family that buys it is owner occupied, there's a good chance they're going to stay there for a long time and build this neighborhood up. Like you live there, you're building the neighborhood up, you're serving on the HOA. So I think we could overcome the strict 100%, you must own it to live here, because things happen. But what I don't want is bulk sale to New York investment guys and we're done, it's gone. I'd be willing even to change the AMI, even get rid of it, because what I've realized is that's not as important as owner occupancy. Owner occupancy changes everything about the care of the unit, of participation in the HOA, even care of the clubhouse, because they own it. They're not just, it's not just a crew, the Forest Service crew just living there for 6 months and then leaving. So I want to work something out with you guys, but I'm really reticent to just walk away from everything.
We're not asking that. We understand so we bought this from foreclosure. So when it went through,
hopefully you got a good enough deal. We can meet in the middle.
We got a good deal on it, right? Of course, because that's why we bought it. But our margins are still tight at where we're at. So we have obviously a threshold that we can go down to. We'd love to make a little money on it as well. That's why we're in the business. But we're at that point where we're the most affordable product for that size of unit. And we're just not seeing action that we thought we would. We are, but then there's that one caveat that pushes people away. So
we could change that caveat
exactly,
then.
Yeah. So if we could maybe work on that, that would be great. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo the same thing and encourage some other kind of thinking through the process, right?
Mhm.
Maybe it's instead of 90%, maybe it's 100% AMA. Maybe that gives you a little bit more flexibility, right? I realize it's a difference, but maybe that helps. maybe, I'd be amenable to, there's 36 units. If we needed to remove it from 4 of them or something to help you get a couple that sell quickly because what you've done is actually pretty awesome, right? Coming in and taking something that was largely broken, a major blight, and actually a potential hub for whether it was crime or theft or, it actually was a problem and you've largely fixed it and are fixing it. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for doing that. I just have no interest at all in removing that completely. I think Mike's exactly right, right? Like we say, here's the couple of things, and maybe all those things give you a year or 2 years, let's say, right? Religious service, at least commonly around here, is 2 years. A lost job gives you a year to say, hey, I got to move out. I'm going to rent this while I figure out my stuff and then sell it. But then it stays employee, I think it stays owner occupied after that. And you're right. That's the thing that, as we've talked more and more, that's the thing that's changing communities. For my vote, I have zero interest in removing it completely.
Sid.
So yeah, I think Mike and Aaron are hitting it. Definitely we want whole ownership at affordable rate. The AMI, yeah, let's work that out, but being owner occupied is critical in my opinion because it creates community, it gives back to the community. So I think there is some negotiation that we can do there to help you out with that. Again, like they said, I just don't want an investor come in and buy it and then rent it out. That doesn't do anything for the community. And we have plenty of that around today. And
we're on
again,
that same page. Obviously, we want to sell them, but we're on the page of, we understood your guys' mission here. We don't want to come in and try to derail that. We're just looking for some momentum to get things going.
So have you been talking with Jason Glidden with Mountain Land Community Housing Trust, and is he aware? What's that?
So we can get them in touch with each other.
Yeah, so Jason is a great person of wealth of knowledge and what they're doing. And, he is our,
faster too.
yeah, he does. They do. He is our consultant as Heber City for affordable housing and for the housing board. So it would be good to have Jamie get you in touch with, because Angelica is amazing about qualifying.
Angelica, yeah.
Yeah, she's really amazing about qualifying. And the AMI, again, you're right, 90% is pretty much close to market rate. And then why?
So 90% for us, we had the calculations done, is around 500,000. We're at 425. So we're about 80% AMI.
Which is great, because there isn't a market out there right now. There's no townhomes, which again lends into affordability or that missing middle that I've been talking about way too much, but we need to make it happen.
It sounds like, if I can,
Go ahead, Jamie.
I know we have short on time, but I think there's a consistent theme here, and that is the council's willing to entertain something. I think they just wanted to know if they could enter into that process, which I think is what we'll do. Let us work with them and we'll come back with something and say, here's where we think that could be. Here's some actual proposals on how to try to achieve both. If that would be amenable to them, and we'll bring that back for an amendment.
So just really quickly, everybody, before we wrap this one up, some of you suggested maybe 4 units they could sell at market rate and the rest would remain of the 36. Is there any kind of number you don't want to go over yet out of those 36 units?
I think we need to negotiate with them and come up with a number. I don't know of one number right now that we can.
Okay. Well, you can imagine the range is all I'm saying.
It's a small percentage of the
A very small percentage out of the 36. Does anybody else want to weigh in on that?
Talking rate though, I think we're talking about a small percentage could be not deed restricted to ownership. If you had
Well, there's rental too.
that is rental.
That's what I'm saying. The rental's already in here.
They're already there.
Yeah.
But I mean, owner occupancy is very important to me, and I think most of us, all of us probably. That changes everything. And then let the AMI it's who can qualify. But they're not restricted to, a sale price. But they are restricted to owner occupancy, at least as much as possible.
So would you also be sure that Jason works with them before you come back, right? So that we know he's on board and he's got his great ideas, as was mentioned here, so that we know, all your options too, okay?
And primarily that might help you to move them faster. You may find
not need to
after you start working with him and he gets you into the programs and gets the awareness, you may say, oh, never mind, things are moving just fine now, which would be fantastic. That's the best outcome, right? No change.
Absolutely.
And if I may, just to go back, because obviously that development agreement, we didn't write it, just trying to actually abide by it. And I think there's in excess of about 28 other units in the development that actually have recorded deed restrictions of, the owner occupants, AMI, all of those provisions. So it's, and what Basin's kind of dealing with is that additional Tangent said, the 90% AMI, which went away at the first sale. And then obviously, and those would be, owner occupied, kind of administered by the HOA. Obviously, from the HOA standpoint, that creates a little bit of chaos, almost, with the, trying to administer or assess that penalty. So, Mason's group is definitely, has brought momentum, and that's what's going to be key in getting the development where it's gotten to and getting it wrapped up. So in conjunction or consistency with the development agreement as it's written, the HOA having the obligation, if he has, that individual that wants to own or occupy, that will own or occupy, he's lacking a definition from the HOA, and kind of in discussions, looking at a fee or penalty if they were to be put in that position of something that's not egregious, but also shows the intent to comply at like 50% of the current HOA dues. So it's not just it's not a fake. And that expression is really just kind of in good faith between the board of the HOA and kind of the council to say, hey, just because it's written, there's a spirit of the agreement, we want to make sure we abide by it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good thing. Now, Jamie and Mason, please make sure that Jason has your development in his database, right? That he's helping to qualify people and let them know about the opportunities that are here. Because we think he does, but we need to double check, and good luck working with him, because we do hope it'll work really well. Anything else from anyone? Anything else from anyone? Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, everyone, we're going to probably take a 5-minute break for the city council. They've been here since 4, please. And then we'll come back to the regular meeting. So council, please come back at 6:35 and we will go into the regular meeting then. Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, I want to welcome everyone. Trina, not hearing my mic on. Is your mic on? Okay, I want to welcome everyone to our regular meeting. Today's April 7th, 2026.
Hey.
Everyone? Oh, no. I gave up the gavel a long time ago. All right, everyone, thank you. Today's April 7th, 2026. It is now 6:38 p.m. and welcome to a meeting of the Heber City Council. We appreciate your patience. We had an earlier meeting that went over. I want to welcome all of the council members that are in attendance: Sid Ostergaard, Mike Johnston, Yvonne Barney, who will join us shortly, myself, Heidi Franco, Aaron Cheatwood, and Morgan Murdoch. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance by Sid Ostergaard, and then after that, anyone's welcome to come forward to give a prayer and a thought. If no one does, then Yvonne Barney will help us.
Please stand and repeat the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anyone want to come forward? Yeah, okay.
Anyone? No? Before I say the prayer, as I have sat here in the city council now going into my second term, there's been a lot that comes forward to us as a council. Some things we handle in a positive way, and there have been moments when some of those things and those concerns or issues that have been brought forward to the council have not been done in a positive way. And the reason is because when you look around and look at your neighbor, we're definitely not dogs or cats. We may act like it. And that's where we need to step back and remember that we all have the right to share our concerns, our opinions, but to please do it in a positive and thoughtful way. We all want to do the right thing. We all want to make sure that we do things that benefit the city of Heber. And that includes our citizens. It includes personnel. It includes all of us in this room and beyond. So as we go forward, I will pray that we will remember that. If you'll bow your heads, please. Our Father, which art in heaven, we humbly bow before thee at this moment in the city council meeting and give thanks, Heavenly Father, for our beautiful Mountain Valley home. We're grateful, Father in heaven, for our community, our citizens, for those who sacrifice, for our first responders, for their sacrifices to us to protect and keep us safe. We're grateful, Heavenly Father, for those individuals, ecclesiastical leaders, and individuals who are there for our spiritual welfare, who benefit our community in ways that are uplifting and positive. We're grateful, Father in heaven, for our citizens, for those who truly wish to provide and continue to provide a beautiful home, a beautiful place that we are also blessed to live in. We ask that thou would please protect us, help us to move forward in a positive way, help us to work together and engage together in a positive way with respectful comments and thoughts. And know that we're all here to benefit our community, our children, and those who will come after us. Please be with us now, and we ask thy Spirit to help us as we go forward with the remainder of this meeting. We ask in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Everyone, the next item on the agenda is a proclamation that I get to do every year. And this is the proclamation for the National Public Works Week, May 17th through 23rd, 2026. The theme this year is Rooted in Service, Powered by Community. And let me just read a bit of this. Whereas public works professionals in our city focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to our sustainable and resilient community and protect our public health, our high quality of life, and our well-being. And whereas it's within our public interest for citizens, civic leaders, and children within Heber City to learn, to gain knowledge about the importance of public works and public works programs. And whereas our infrastructure, our facilities, our services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, our engineers, our managers, our employees, who are responsible for protecting our transportation, our water supply, our water treatment, our solid waste systems, our public buildings, and other structures that are essential for our quality of life. So this year, 2026, is also the 66th annual National Public Works Week that is sponsored by that American Public Works Association. So now I'm designating May 17th through 23rd National Public Works Week. We are going to have a lot of fun, aren't we? Matthew Kenner, please raise your hand. You might remember the snowplow art contest, the games that we'll have at Main Street Parks, plenty of other, we had a scavenger hunt last year. Are you doing the backhoe rodeo that week too? Yes. Yes, all of those free fun activities we want to invite you out to, and that we'll be advertising in the city newsletter and on the city website. So that is our Public Works Week. Thank you very much, Public Works, as well as our first responders. The next thing on the agenda is the conflict of interest disclosure. Does anyone have a conflict of interest with anything on the agenda?
So Mayor, this could be seen as a potential conflict of interest, but as a small business owner, I did recently join the Chamber of Commerce. So I updated my form, I sent it to you and Trina, and that will be posted on the city website. Looking forward to being part of the chamber.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, not seeing any. The next thing on the agenda, everyone, is a public hearing where there will be a presentation, and then it will be open to you to please make any public hearing comments based on what is presented in the public hearing. Sarah Nagel is here to discuss and present the possible adoption of the second budget amendment for fiscal year 2026 in Resolution 2026-06. Sarah, we're going to turn that over to you, please.
You, Mayor and Council. Jamie, will you pull up the slide? There's a PDF of just one slide that gives a summary. Council, the next one, I think, PowerPoint says PowerPoint. Ooh, yeah, yep. Mayor and Council, this is our second budget amendment of the fiscal year. We anticipate having one more year-end amendment. So this one is short and pretty vanilla, so I will go through them quickly. You can see there's just 5, all summarized there. I will just quickly give a very, very brief description. Each of the budget amendment requestors are here in the room, so if you have more questions or follow-ups, they're all here to represent their own amendment requests. So the very first one, this is a request, Central Heber Trail for an additional $130,000. This request is not a request to add more to the overall budget. It's just shifting funds into the fiscal year for a payment that landed in this current fiscal year. That's $130,000. The next one is the well pump shaft maintenance. This amendment is for a critical component of the water distribution system. Very brief description, so please, if you have questions. The third one is for $30,000 for the Callaway Drive easement. This amendment request is for the extension, of a retaining wall for the Callaway easement project, including a drainage system behind the wall. That's $30,000. The next one is $25,000 for the Wasatch Canal access. Oh, and I did not make notes. Russ, can you just give a brief explanation of this one? Sorry about that.
Yeah, and this detail is in the budget request form, but when the Red Ledges Park was completed, the original bridge construction over the canal for the trail was estimated to be about $100,000. It was a different style bridge. We worked with Central Utah Water to approve a different style of bridge. It saved us significant money. It ended up coming in about $20,000 versus $100,000. But their understanding, of course, was that we would provide access into the canal where they wouldn't be able to get into it or get under that new access in order to maintain it. And so they moved forward with that access this year and have requested a reimbursement from the council. This or from the city. This shouldn't be new. This is something that I communicated with the council about before. Happy to answer any other questions.
Yeah. And Russ, will you take the next one too? Because I really didn't fully understand this one. I tried.
And this is a follow-up to the conversation. It might have been last council meeting. It might have been the one before, but have an opportunity to address an existing problem with how the underdrain discharge functions in the city. So for those of you that don't know, the city has an underdrain system, or a system that collects groundwater and discharges on the west side of town. That discharge was operating in a submerged condition, meaning outflow from the system was more restricted than it will be after this change is made, and maintenance of the system will be substantially easier. This project is being done with the high school project. That presents an opportunity for timing. They're doing a box culvert across that canal, and we need to get this done now, or it would cost the city more later to fix it. And so we talked about this last time, and I think maybe that is enough information unless you have questions.
Thank you, Russ. Well, Jamie, will you go back to the summary? Yeah, maybe get that a little bit bigger. So this is a reflection of the impact of the proposed amendments. And you can see we've done analysis on the funding, the ending balance. And we feel like all of the requests, each fund can sustain each of those amendments, along with the currently budgeted revenues and expenses. And that is it.
Thank you. Thank you. I was thinking it would be straightforward. So council, do you have any questions for Sarah or Russ?
No.
All right, I'm going to open it up for the public hearing. Now, all of you that want to come and talk about these things, you're welcome to come forward, even all of you. It would be perfectly fine. Public hearings have no time limit. So feel free to come forward and state your name. If no one comes here, then I will open it up to you online. But please remember, there's going to be other public comment period for other items on the agenda. This public hearing is just for this material. So public hearing's now open. Don't all run at once. Okay, I'm going to go to the online. Is there anyone online that wants to give a comment or a question on the public hearing for the second budget amendment? Okay, anyone just come off mute or raise your hands? Trina, are you seeing anyone? Okay, we're not seeing anyone online. Going once. Going twice. Fine, we will close the public hearing. Council, I'm going to turn it back to you for possible adoption of the second budget amendment.
Work on the wording on it. I'd be happy to do it.
Thank you.
First, a quick comment. I mean, most of these are very, very simple, but I think it's, I want to give just a little extra kudos to the Public Works Department or Russ, whoever it was that thought about the last item on there, the box culvert. I just think that's a great example of working with already going construction that was happening through the school district and taking advantage of a hole in the ground and doing something better while you had it open. I think that's huge. We would have needed to do it anyway, and we would have approved it then, but it would have cost us more. So that kind of vigilance is super, super good. I'm just excited to see that from you. Council, I'm going to move that we approve. I was supposed to be finding this while I was talking. Approve resolution 2026-06, second budget amendment as presented.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Thank you. Any further questions? All right, we'll start with the vote on this end.
Yes.
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 Thank you. That passes 5-0. Okay, everyone. According to the rules of order that the City Council has passed, the mayor can move agenda items. And so I'm taking the liberty to move up agenda item number 5, which is to consider renewal of the city manager's employment agreement. I know a lot of you are here for that. I didn't want you waiting till 9 o'clock at night to finally discuss it. So I am moving it up right now. And that means Sid Ostergaard, Aaron Cheatwood, Jeremy Cook can present on this, or the council can make motions on this. You should also know, according to the rules of order, that if the council decides to make a motion on it before there's kind of a normal pause and I call for the public comment on that agenda item, then there is no public comment on that agenda item, okay? So public comment can be allowed for this agenda item. It's an action item, but it depends on when the council calls for a motion or if they discuss and there's kind of a natural pause so you know what it's about, then the pause, and then I can call for the public comment. You see what I mean? There is going to be more public comment allowed after the consent agenda. So there's this agenda item, then the consent agenda, and then the regular public comment period also. Everybody clear? Good. So now we're going to be discussing, and Sid, Aaron, or Jeremy can present on consider renewal of the city manager employment agreement.
I'm happy to defer that to Jeremy. We needed to have some council names on here to keep it on the agenda, and that's why Sid and I are on there.
This is going to be a very, very simple presentation. So as you know, Matt Brower is our city manager. He has a 3-year agreement, which is the max amount of time under state code and under our city code. Actually, I think it's just city code. Under our city code.
State law, no automatic, 3 years, yeah.
Definitely under our city code, it's 3 years. And his contract is up for renewal staff and Matt are proposing to just use the exact same contract as his existing contract and extend it for another 3-year term. That's it.
That's it? Okay. Questions, comments from the council?
Mayor, I don't know if it's an action item or a motion per se. It could be. But I'd like to hear from as many people are here as want to comment. However, we are running tight and there's a number of things that we've heard from the public about tonight that are external to this building with the county delegation stuff going on. And we've had a number of requests to delay voting on this item. So what I'm getting at is I'd like to open this up and hear about this item, but is there a way that we could limit the comments down a little bit instead of 3 minutes, maybe a minute and a half, and
Yeah,
just
if you
that way
make
we can
that
get through more of them?
If you make that motion and it passes, feel free.
Okay. Then I'll make the motion that we limit the public comments to a minute and a half on this item. Again, we have that public comment section later where that's a different rule, but on this item so that we can hopefully get through people quicker and ensure that they can get their comments out.
Okay, so that's a motion he's made. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I'll direct the public. If somebody's said a comment, please do not repeat that comment. We are short on time. So if somebody made a comment, let's keep it short.
That would have to probably be in the motion, Sid, because we don't have any rules to say, don't repeat the same comment. So you'd have to probably make a different motion on that.
So I make a different motion that we limit the time to a minute and a half, but if the comment has been stated, it should not be repeated.
Is there a second to that one?
I don't want to say cannot. That's going to get us in some tricky hot water for limiting public speech, freedom of speech.
What's the terminology?
Let's not do a second.
Recommendation.
Let's not do a second motion, and let's just ask for everybody to be aware of comments and say, we have a lot of things going on tonight. We are aware that you want to be here. We want to hear from you. If it's as simple as saying, I agree with Tori, bad example, I'm sorry, I looked at your face,
That's okay to say.
then maybe say that and then sit down.
We just need to make it short because we could go on and on.
We do want to hear from you, but.
So do you want to keep your motion? Do you want to keep yours?
Second motion.
What do you want to do?
Get rid of my second motion, but second Aaron's.
Okay, Aaron, could you just restate that one more time?
Mayor, I want to make a motion that we limit the public comments individually to a minute and a half so that we can go through more of them with the encouragement already provided.
Thank you. That'll help us keep an eye on the clock. Okay, we've got the second in the motion. Let's take the vote, please.
Yes.
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 Okay, that passes 5-0. So it looks like we're ready for the public comment, and you're welcome to come up here and state your name, stick to a minute and a half. We can't change that 3-minute clock, so I'm going to be going like this as best as I can, and he can help me. All right, so once we do the in-chamber comment, then we'll go to online. So your turn's coming.
Now, Scott Phillips, former city council member. Good to see you all again. Had a great opportunity to work with Matt over the last 4 years. Always the consummate professional. I really believe he has elevated the professionalism of the city council in Heber in his time here. I know that everything he did was the wishes of the council. He was never a rogue city manager. He never did anything outside the wishes of the council. Provided us great guidance, great counsel as city council members. I would see no reason to withhold renewing his contract. I have seen stories and other things have emerged this last minute, which seems to be on par with other important decisions we've made. There's just like this last minute red herring effect that has come into play these last couple of years, and I don't understand it. I like to know the truth and seek the truth, and there's lacking truth in some of those accusations, things that have been said. Matt is a good man, a good manager, great manager. I've, most of my life have had opportunities to see city managers in work because my dad was one, and Matt is the best of the best. And I'm sure if we lost him here, there's 20 other cities nearby that would love to have him. So please make the decision to renew his contract. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm Kathy Carr, representing myself as a longtime resident of Heber City. Beside the fact that our city manager is willing to dress up like George Washington, there are some other traits that I kind of wanted to talk about as a city resident. What stands out most in our city manager's position is his commitment to providing and putting the city first through his work in responsible budgeting, improving services, supporting local businesses, increasing transparency, and building community. He has shown steady leadership and thoughtful leadership that is focused on the benefit of our community as a whole. What should guide the decision to you as a city council: has he served the city well? Has he acted in the best interests of the community? Based on what I have seen from the many years that we have lived in this valley, the answer is yes. The answer is a solid yes. That Matt Brower has brought to us an energy and enthusiasm to build community, whether it's being George Washington, setting up policies, giving advice to the council, setting up a leadership academy. These are things we never had before were it not for Matt Brower. In all fairness, I see how the city council and the mayor rely on Matt's expertise and advice as the council determines the path forward for our city. I am even surprised that this has even come to the point where we have to give public comment. You represent not only the negative voices, but you represent me. And I say retain the contract for our city manager.
We don't allow clapping either. Sorry, everybody.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jessica Broadhead, and I'm here to express my support for City Manager Matt Brower. I've had the opportunity to work alongside Matt for several years, most notably through the Red, White, and Blue Festival Committee, where I've seen his leadership and execution. What stands out is how Matt leads. He brings vision, but also humility. He listens, collaborates, and doesn't shy away from difficult decisions. He approaches them with a focus on long-term outcomes and what's best for the city as a whole. In his relatively short tenure, I've seen measurable progress in our downtown. What was once underutilized is becoming a more active and viable destination. From what I've observed working in the community, we're seeing an increase in events, greater foot traffic, and more consistent use of our public spaces by both residents and visitors. That matters because Heber City serves as an economic hub for Wasatch County. A strong, vibrant downtown supports not just the city, but the broader county economy. It encourages investment, strengthens our visitor experience, and signals long-term viability. That kind of progress and direction doesn't happen by accident. It reflects intentional leadership. In a role where continuity and trust are critical, I believe that leadership is both valuable and difficult to replace. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Hello, my name is Adam Thompson. I'm a resident in this city as well. I serve as a healthcare professional. My kids are growing up in this city. I'm very invested in the future of the city. Long story short, I echo what everyone else said, so I'm going to try to touch on a different angle. Think about the precedent you're going to set here tonight, okay? Like seriously, think about that precedent. If you vote to renew versus not to renew, when you lay your head down at night, did you do the right thing? If you vote not to renew, you're setting a precedent that online slander and a toxic culture is what a new manager is going to enter into. And you're not going to recruit a new manager. That's going to take you 6 to 12 months of a nationwide search. People are not going to want to come into that environment. Maybe that's what they want around here. But if you send a resounding, unanimous support in support of Matt, you're setting that precedent. So we're not going to let online bullying guide the way. We're not going to do that. We're going to support our city manager. We're going to have stability in this city and in this county. Those are my words. And Matt's a great man, and you should support a great man. You should stand up for what is right, even if you're standing alone.
I guess I'm going to be the bad guy. My name is Bridget Whiting, and I'm a Wasatch County resident. I I am here to present a petition from residents here in the Valley. We are asking not to renew the city manager's contract that expires on April 18th. Reasons are, I have in this packet, I have one printed out for each of you, if I can hand them out. And I would also like them entered into a public record. I do have facts here, it's not hearsay, and I want to ask council if they were aware of these facts. This right here is a state auditor report out of Lincoln, California. This is covering the years of 2013 to 2017, including years that overlap with our current city manager's time there. It talks about questionable loans, transfers, and allocations. And they weren't following policies or getting proper approvals, resulting in questionable spending. So I'm going to ask you these 3 questions. Were you aware of this kind of audit when you hired Matt Brower?
Yeah, we've got to give you timeout.
Okay. Can I hand these out and put them on public record?
To the chief, then he can give them to us.
Another chance later on. in the
There's more
regular
public comment
comments.
coming.
Hand them out now, though, so we can look.
This one's
Thank you. Who's next?
Good evening, all. My name is Jay Townsend. I'm a Heber City resident. I'm also on the Airport Advisory Board. Most of my stuff will be talking about the airport. This is about a rental or a employment agreement. I'm not going to share an opinion on Matt. I don't think that's what I want to say. I want to talk about the parameters of the employment. At a recent city council meeting, Matt made you guys aware of a meeting he had had with the FAA. I think you guys were all shocked. I know that the mayor was surprised. I feel that there's some unilateral action being taken by the city manager that should be spelled out. The city manager, in my opinion, should carry out the wishes of the city council and the mayor, not embark on things on his own. He had a meeting yesterday with the FAA. Are you guys aware of that? Okay, good.
We found out right before it.
Right before, okay. Are you guys aware of the Ascension Group partners being taken on as a consultant on the lease agreement? Once again, I feel.
Who's this? Are they the same? Are they the same?
It has to do with the potential lease agreement of the hangar owners and the city. So the AAB had gone a long ways, and you guys had pretty much stamped the proposal that we had given to you guys. There were a couple of I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed, but the Ascension Group proposal, 4 pages right here, is absolutely over the top. So once again, I feel like the city manager has gone outside of the realm of what I believe should be in his actions relative to his employment agreement. I don't have any problem with Matt. I think it's about the employment agreement.
No, we're done. Is that,
So
was that
just
you?
in like 10 seconds to close.
Okay, then we're done. No.
So sorry, but you can come back again in the next public comment period. I'm sorry that I can't change what they have said. Okay, I have to enforce what they've said. Anyone next?
My name is Alexandra Fulmer. I'm a resident of Heber Valley. I'll begin by saying it's incredibly rude to cut this comment period by to 1.5 minutes from 3 minutes. That's
This
rude.
is just so that we can allow everyone, and there will be another
I
opportunity.
hear you.
So
It is
please
rude.
understand that.
Everyone showed up expecting 3 minutes. So
And you will get 3 minutes
Good
in the
evening,
regular,
Mayor and
ma'am.
council members.
You will
Thank
still get
for
3
the-
minutes.
You still
in the
have your 3-minute
regular
section
meet-
later.
You're taking
Yes.
away her time. Okay, you paused
Thank you
it.
for the opportunity to speak. I'm opposed to renewing the city manager's employment agreement in its current form and urge you to table it tonight. The contract creates an excessively high bar for termination for cause. It requires an independent investigation, multiple closed session votes, a 10-day response period, and then allows the manager to appeal Wasatch County District Court, where the review shall be de novo, exactly as written in the agreement. For those who may not be familiar with the term, de novo is a legal phrase that simply means the court reviews the case from the very beginning with no deference to the city council's decision or the investigator's findings. In other words, the judge gets to decide the entire matter anew as if the city's process never happened. As time passes, it has become incredibly clear that his leadership is not in alignment with residents' vision for our valley. Given his past record in Ocala and Lincoln, where his contract was not renewed and a state auditor criticized financial mismanagement, locking in these ironclad protections is not in Heber's best interest. Compounding the problem, the contract pairs the extremely high bar for firing with 9 months of generous severance of over $160,000 if terminated without cause. According to ICMA, the average is only 6 months. This combination means the council is left with two bad choices: go through a long, expensive, and uncertain for-cause profit, or simply pay a large severance to taxpayers. Either way, real accountability is severely weakened. I respectfully ask.
Sorry. I'm so
Thank you.
sorry.
I got most of it.
Yes, you're welcome to come back. Who is next?
My name is Jamie Hewlett. Thank you for everyone that's here today. No matter what your voice is, we live in America where we should be able to have a transparent government. What I've been involved in the government for the last 3 years. Before that, I was not a political person. And the only thing that I've been seeing is that this government in Heber City is not transparent. It's difficult to get information. It's difficult to figure out the budget. It's difficult. Like every single question I ask is difficult. That's just the sorry, just the fact that we're having this meeting tonight when there's a convention going on, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, or whether you're a libertarian like myself, tonight matters for a lot of people. We should not be having a city meeting tonight if you care anything about government, which all you people claim to do, because that's who you work for. You work for us, and we want to be electing people who will voice what we want. And the fact that you guys are here tonight is a shame. It's a shame that you guys are here. You should not be having this meeting tonight. I would like to move to dismiss this meeting. It's past 7 o'clock, and move it to another day where we can go and voice our opinions on people that we are electing. Thank you.
I was able to obtain an alternate county delegate for my position, but I'm sad to say that others may not have been able to. Come forward, please.
Is the county delegate thing set recently?
August, March 17th.
So the meeting was set March 17th for an overlap of our meeting that happens every 2 Tuesdays.
I've asked him in the past to not overlap with our meeting, but sometimes they do and sometimes
Maybe
they
they'll
don't.
listen to.
Hey, you're wasting time.
Maybe, no, I'm not. I haven't started yet.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Mountier. My husband and I have lived in this community for a long time. We are business owners here, and I just want the council to know that we have had many interactions with Matt, and we have found him to be nothing but ethical, professional, have Heber City. I mean, he eats, sleeps, and breathes Heber. I don't think we could ask for any more from Matt. I urge you to please extend his contract. I think Heber City, the people of Heber City deserve to have someone like Matt Brower. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Snag it, it's warm. Jeremy Smith, Wasatch County resident, Heber City business owner and developer. And I actually am not here for another agenda item, but I'm glad I'm here tonight because I've worked with Matt on several different occasions, had different meetings with him. about the progress of, as far as different buildings that I've worked on. And Matt has been nothing but honest, generous, and most importantly, excited about Heber City. He cares deeply for the community, for the city, for the well-being of the citizens. And my experience has shown, talking to him directly and working through different challenges, is that he's always had the citizens at his heart and wants the best for the citizens. So I would, echo comments about supporting Matt and extending his contract. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lori Rutland. I'm a business owner in Midway, but a resident of Heber. And I'm here tonight to support Matt Brower. He's become an acquaintance and a friend of mine through business and the Heber Leadership Academy. And all of my interactions with Matt have been professional. He's above board and always willing to help and excited about Heber. So I encourage you to extend his contract. Heber needs Matt Brower. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Tori Broughton. I am a resident of Heber City, and I am here in support of Matt Brower. I Googled Matt Brower about 3 years ago, and I saw some of the stories in some of the newspapers that folks are mentioning, and I read through them. I looked into it pretty deeply, and frankly, there was nothing there that affected us here in Heber City. I also today Googled his job description, and my past 3 years have shown that Matt is living up to everything that's written out in his job description. I also believe that your guys's balance to his check or check to his balance is in full effect, which is allowing our Heber City residents to ultimately decide what happens here in Heber. Matt may bring it to you, but you guys are the ones making the decision. So therefore, I don't think that we can blame anything that's happened in Heber, good or bad, on him. He's bringing it to you guys. You guys make the decision. That's how this is all supposed to work. I think that you guys subjected yourselves to this kind of scrutiny by being elected officials. I don't think that any of our staff did. And we're super lucky in this city to have amazing staff. These guys are great. I see them at events all the time. They're out in our community. They live here. They love being here. And Matt is no exception to that. I see he and his wife at so many events. They're at the park. They're at things they don't need to be at on their own time supporting this community. I don't think they'd be doing that if they were here just to line their own pockets with developer money. I think they love to be here, and I think it shows. So again, I hope you extend his contract.
Hey, I'm Ken Knight, by the way. Hey, I just came here because I heard there wasn't going to be everybody here and that. I just wanted to make sure it's a fair vote and everything else and that. As far as the situation, I hate what you guys are doing to Heber. Period. End of discussion. I hate all the people here. I hate the park, what you're doing and everything else. I remember Heber, I was born and raised here. So I used to go hunting up the cemetery all the time, and we had a good time. We could go ahead and do whatever we want to, and that. But search your heart and find and dwell on this and find out what you really want to do, and that. Thank you.
Anyone else in the chamber?
Council, Mayor, thank you for giving me a little opportunity to be here. I'm Joshua Dukes. I'm a resident of the county and a business owner in the city. Matt, there's no question that Matt's qualified for this job. He has the skills, the experience. He's a smart individual. He's honest and acts with integrity. I also want to point out that he's underpaid. That may be hard to believe, but the data shows his comparators along the Wasatch Back earn a lot more money than he does. Plus, they have assistants, and he doesn't have any of that. He doesn't have that. I want to emphasize to the council that if it chooses not to renew this contract, there's a lot of costs associated with that, specifically 9 months of severance. That's more than $160,000. At the same time, they're going to have to search for and pay a new city manager. I'm not seeing any return that the city's going to get in exchange for that money that it's going to cost them. Lastly, I wanted to address the issue of the state auditor's report and ask the council to consider the dangerous precedent that would set if you decline to renew his contract on that basis. The complaint was anonymous and included no supporting evidence other than stating the obvious that Mr. Brower sits on the CAM's board. But that proves nothing. On its face, the complaint, the anonymous complaint, is frivolous, and your own attorney wrote to the state auditor and said as much. Consider the message that we send when a tenured city employee can be ousted by an anonymous complaint that the complainant did not even have the courage to bring to the city itself.
I'm sorry.
Is that the precedent we want to set? Someone can be ousted, an employee, been here 8 years, just because somebody sends an anonymous complaint?
Thank you.
You guys are subject of anonymous
Thank you,
complaints
Josh.
as well.
Thank you,
Consider
Josh.
what that does.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to go online. Trina, if you could help me. Look, go ahead, Corey. Just Corey. Anyone online, feel free to raise your hand and then we'll call on you in turn. Go ahead, please.
I'm Corey Noyes. I live in Heber City. I own a business in Heber City. My wife owns a business in Heber City. And I've interacted with Matt many times and have found what many others have said tonight, that he is a consummate professional at what he does and that he exudes enthusiasm for this city. You've also heard from people that Matt is rather a difficult man to fire, and that's true, because part of his job is to fight against you sometimes. He's doing his job and putting himself on the line, and so he needs to be in a spot where he's not vulnerable to being fired at will. You've heard that Matt can overstep and take meetings without you knowing, and I would contend that that is literally why you've hired the man, because his job is to be the full-time employee running this city, and sometimes that means he needs to take initiative to do what needs to be done, and he can't always reach out to you first. Not only is Matt fantastic at his job, but I will agree that Matt is underpaid, and I think you know that. With Matt, you are getting someone who does more with less and gets paid less than those who are here. Quite frankly, you need to renew his contract, because if you don't, there's nothing to stop Matt from taking a more lucrative position elsewhere, and you will be stuck paying more for someone who's not as good at what he does. I urge you to not only retain Matt and renew his contract, but consider giving him a raise to compensate him accordingly for what he does for this city. Thank you.
We're going to go online now, unless anybody else wants to come forward. So is there anyone online that can raise their hand or come off mute for a comment? All right, I'm not seeing anyone coming off mute yet. Anyone raising their hand, Trina? Okay, remember, you still have the chance. We're going back to an in-chamber comment.
How we doing tonight? My name is Bart Mountier. My wife and I have been here in Heber City for about 36 years. We own businesses, multiple businesses. The thing I really enjoy about Matt is you can walk by his office anytime. His door's always open. You walk in, he greets you, and he's never gotten the door closed and ignores you. He's an amazing man, and I hope you guys follow your hearts and listen to this guy. You're gonna regret if you guys vote the negative. But I'm for Matt getting a new contract and going forward, and Heber going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else in the chamber? Is there anyone online that wants to come off mute or raise your hand? Come off mute, raise your hand. Going once. Trina, do you see anyone? No one raising hands? No one? Okay. We're not seeing anyone online yet that's coming off mute or raising their hands. If you want to, going twice. Still not seeing anyone, Trina? Okay. Anyone else here in the chamber? Okay. This is your last call if you want to speak online. 5, 4, there's a lot of people online, everybody. 3, okay, please come forward.
I'm Jennifer Ostergaard. I'm just a plain citizen I'm not a public speaker, so bear with me, but I agree with everyone that has supported Matt and what they have said. I've never found him to be anything but upright, and that's what we want in our city, is an upright citizen that will be employed for our city. I beg you to renew his contract. We need men like Matt to serve our city. We need honest men like Matt to serve our city. It is a thankless job to be here in the city and to be employed. Whether is it appointed position or a voted position, we need upright people, and that is Matt. Please renew his contract.
Okay, one more time, everyone. Anyone in the chamber, anyone online, please come off mute or raise your hands. Last call. All right, anyone online? Trina, last check. Not seeing anyone. Okay, we're not seeing anyone online trying to come off mute or raise your hands. I'm sorry, I'm going to be closing the public comment. I don't see any either. We are now back to the city council for any further discussion or motions. Council, I am very concerned about the protections for an at-will employee that happened in the contract 3 years ago. An at-will employee to me means that the council can say at any time, you're here or you're not. And to have an extra appeals process, to have so many steps in place on whether they stay or not, to me, that's crossing the line into a regular employee that is protected under civil service and has other personnel policy protections. And to me, that is not what an at-will employee is. So there's many cases that I could talk about in his contract. Some were mentioned here. We also can't give any merit increases unless there is an annual performance review. That's in his contract. Let's see. Matt, just to verify on the record, according to your contract, have you given the city any notice of a written notice of any material breaches at this point on your contract? Because that's part of your contract. I just wanted to verify if you've given us any and we've missed it for some reason.
I've given you any.
It says in your contract that you can notify us if we as a council have materially breached anything in your contract. So I just wanted to verify with you in clause 9A5, have you given us any written notices that we have breached your contract?
As of
right now?
Right now, no.
Okay, just wanted to verify that with you. Okay, as far as written allegations, if there was any termination for cause, written allegations, and 10 days to respond, verbal defense in a closed session can be put on paid leave. You know, to me, that is really, really protecting this at-will employee, and I don't think the state government gives those protections to their at-will employees. It's you're either in or you're out, and most of state government has been moving to that at-will status. They also did receive higher wages to give up their civil service protections, but I feel that we are crossing the line by giving so many protections in his current contract. So I hope the council will consider that. I'm ready to go over line by line with it, but I'm going to turn it back to you.
I have a motion to make. I think it's clear that there's strong opinions with certain people not to extend Matt's contract. I, for one, am clear that we should be doing that. It'd just be ludicrous not to. I move that we consider and we renew the current employment agreement for our city manager as written, and also added in a annual COLA increase as we determine every year for our other employees.
That is in the contract, just so you know.
Is
That
it? Okay.
COLA increase. Okay, that's.
I would also then add in that we consider granting the same merit increase that we grant other employees for the next 3 years.
There's differences in merit increases though, right? It depends on the performance.
Yeah, it depends on performance, and we would do that.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second to renew the contract?
Can I clarify? a question before there's?
Let's see if there's a second first. Is there a second?
Mayor.
Okay, there's a second by Sid Ostergaard. Go ahead with your discussion.
Jeremy, if the motion fails due to a split vote, is that a decision not to renew, or is that just a failed motion?
That's just a failed motion.
Any other comments? Or are you ready for a vote?
Ready for a vote?
Like we're ready for a vote. Go ahead and start, Sid.
1,000 times yes.
Absolutely, yes.
No. I get to vote. No.
Yes.
No.
Okay, the
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
The motion fails 3-2. Go ahead, Aaron.
Knowing that we have gotten some comments about the other events, government events that are going on tonight, as well as following our closed session meeting and the discussion that we've had as a council, I would like to give us more opportunity to talk about those things, dig into some additional questions and look at some other things, hear each other out in a different way. And so I'd like to move that we I think it's called continue, pretty sure it's continue this item to a special city council meeting next Tuesday, which will give us the chance to still look over this agreement and weigh in on a yes or no vote before the agreement actually expires. I propose that we start that meeting. I think you said 7 o'clock. Somebody said 7 o'clock.
7:30.
6 o'clock for a closed session meeting, and then start with a public meeting at 7:30 on the 14th.
Closed session will likely not be here, everyone, because the Planning Commission also meets at 6 p.m. But at 7:30, we're hoping that the Planning Commission is done and that we'll be able to move into the council chambers for the open public meeting part. So far, so good. Is there a second to Aaron's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, let's start on the vote.
No.
No.
Yes. I'm voting yes.
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 Okay, that motion passes 4-2. So we're planning on a special city council meeting. Trina, we appreciate you getting it noticed. The closed session is course closed. It will start at 6 p.m., but the Planning Commission will be here. The closed meeting will be somewhere else in this building. And then at 7:30, we're hoping and planning to have the open session so that anyone in the public can also attend at 7:30 on April 14th. So far, so good? All right, everyone, we're going to move on with the agenda items, please. And that means we're going to the consent agenda. If you want to leave, that's fine. We'll just kind of wait a bit till people leave. Tony, we're going to the consent agenda.
I have a comment on there, on the consent
Comment
agenda.
on the consent agenda?
Yes, so I'm requesting that council remove item number two, ordinance 2026-05, the wildland urban interface map. It's not that there's something wrong with it, but our legal counsel, Jeremy, has reviewed this. He says it is a land use ordinance that we need to take to our planning commission.
Okay, I also had asked when it was discussed to come back that we could get a complete map of our city. We're only showing that northeast quadrant right now of the city.
Yep.
And I was really concerned about down Mill Road and around, you know, the borders, you know, next to Daniel too. If you could kind of come back with more complete map.
Absolutely.
That'd be great. Okay, so we're removing
I'd like to make a
number
motion.
2. Yes.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as outlined with the exception of item 2, which would come back to us at a future time.
Can I announce the consent agenda items too?
If you'd like.
Thank
Yeah,
you very
sure.
much. Because again, I'm just trying to get it on the record. Sometimes we only have a written record. It's also important to me that I discuss what the verbal is. So on the consent agenda, everyone, we have the March 3, 2026 meeting minutes, the March 17th meeting minutes. We're removing agenda item number 2 on the wildland urban interface map. Also on the consent agenda is the request for sponsorship funding the amount of $5,000 for the Wasatch County Tourism and Economic Summit. Also ordinance 2026-04 to amend the height of flagpoles in the institutional and public facility zone. And then finally, resolution 2026-05 that will a finding on hazardous environmental conditions and restriction of fireworks, everybody. Yes, summer's coming within designated portions of Heber City. Please check out that map and we'll get it out to the public. The final item is the liquidation of fleet equipment. All right, so you have made the motion on the consent agenda. Sorry, I'm flipping here. Is there a second?
I'll second it and have a comment.
Yes.
Tony, would you and Mr. Nearings and Mr. Morgan present what are the increased costs and regulations for the homes that we're going to add into the wildland urban interface zone, particularly between Highway 40 and the Wasatch Canal?
If you'd like to come forward, we're not ready to take a
No,
vote.
not now. I'm just saying, could you guys,
Okay.
I'd like to know, I'm not against this or for it. I'd like to know what are the costs that would be going on, because a lot of this is fairly urban dense. It's not, I know there's an interface there, but I just want to know pros and cons. I heard that it helps, actually Heber Light and Power's insurance rates go down if we do this, but it also could add cost to homeowners if to let it go up. I just want to know.
Yeah. I mean, we can have our building official comment on that. We do have some home builders that we probably ought to involve and have them.
Yeah.
maybe
What are the
give us some
unintended
opinion.
consequences
Right.
of doing something we think is good?
Maybe you could also ask the HOA owners, I mean, the HOA on record. Don't we have some people on record for the HOA presidents, like the other gentleman, to invite them?
Red
I'm sure the
Ledges?
Cove would be interested, Red Ledges would be interested, probably the master HOA out on Jordan Hill Ridge, maybe the Ivory Homes area would all be very interested in that same discussion. Unless, Fire Marshal Nearings, have you already worked with those HOAs on any of this?
We work with them in the existing area. The concern and why we want to address this is House Bill 48 designates high hazard areas.
Right.
That high hazard area can grow. So to say what a loss is a very wide swath of what it would be. So moving the building department in, but what we see being built in that area we're adjusting, they already meet at least an ignition resistant 3, if not 2 construction. So, I mean, to say the cost is negligible would be dependent on the home. The biggest concern that we have is if we keep the line where it is and that high hazard map as density increases, because a big thing that they're using is 250 meters. If there's 2 structures within 250 meters, there's a high likelihood that becomes a high hazard. So if we don't move the line, if I build a home where it's not in the wildland now and that high hazard area increases, I wasn't under a code that now I'm being forced to improve my home to. So that is the unintended consequence. We don't know it. We know what growth is coming. We know they're going to be significantly closer than 250 meters. So if I build my house today and I'm not under the wildland urban interface code and that high hazard grows to encompass my home, now I can either pay the assessment to the state or I have a significantly increased cost to bring my home to compliance to reduce that fee.
That's what I'm wondering about with existing neighborhoods.
That makes good sense. Yeah, thank you. I didn't know that.
I mean, it was one thing when we discussed it for the new growth, but now that the line is showing existing neighborhoods, you know, that are not 250 meters apart.
So if I built today and tomorrow we adopt the code, I am not under that code.
Yeah, but
If
we're.
I build the next day, but in that high hazard map,
But
the state encompasses, now I have to follow those wildland urban interface guidelines.
I understand, but that's for new growth. So what about existing neighborhoods that are now on the other side of the red line that have been there and have landscaping and all kinds of things?
To the state or remove vegetation and increase their ignition resistance. If you're required to do an ignition resistance,
Mayor?
Maybe you should come up.
I bet no one's
Fire
picking this up on
Marshal
the.
Clint, you've got a really good voice. We're just saying, yeah.
I'm really good to talk about this at Planning Commission. I think they've answered my question.
Okay. So
I would just like to please understand that with the amount of density that Heber City allows in these communities, if you do not have control over the landscaping that is being addressed into these, what's happening is you're just adding a continuous fuel load. And you're going to have one day, I mean, hopefully it never happens, but eventually we're going to run out of luck. And you're going to have what's happened that we've seen in Southern California over the last 10 years. You know, that urban conflagration is that?
Conflagration.
Where you get the wildfire that just runs rampant through a community.
So
That-
no code that we adopt comes with a zero cost. That's just how it is, whether it's fire code, residential code, building code, mechanical code. So there is an additional cost from the fire standpoint of the defensible space to keep the fuel separated. It's negligible, if not saving money, because you're not putting trees that close. The cost comes with the ignition resistant construction of the home. What we're seeing up there that Toll Brothers, Polte, and all of them, they're using hardy board, they're using those type of things that they're already instituting. There could be some improvements on what they do for their soffits and such, but that would, we'd need to loop the building department. But to say it's going to cost X per square is like comparing building here to New York to San Francisco. There's no way to quantify, but it is a potential increased cost.
Can I just ask one more question on the map? And then Jamie, if it's possible for you to pull up the updated WUI line 2026. I wasn't sure about the red areas versus the beige areas. I can see the red line. That's not the issue. It's the red versus the beige. So let's wait till he pulls that up, please. It's the updated WUI line, Heber 2026, under agenda item number 2 on the consent agenda. Yeah, all right. No, one more down, that one, the map. Yeah, it kind of looks brown up there, but on our maps, it looks more red, right? Those areas that are more up in the foothills, not the red line, not the green line. But
So
you've got the whole beige area and you've got these red areas. And Jamie, if you could scroll down just a little bit, please. So are the high hazard areas everything east of the red line, or the high hazard areas just those red circly areas like red ledges and so forth?
We have two maps that are the same but completely different.
Oh, that's so clear.
We have a high hazard map that the state designates using their third-party software.
Okay.
That is what the dark red you see there over red ledges.
Okay.
That is the high hazard map. It is a wildland map, but it is completely separate from what the legislative body will adopt. The green line you see right there is our existing line. The direction we received from the state forestry, fire, and state lands that are the wildfire people is anything that is a 5 in the structure exposure score or higher, which is everything that is in the beige, orange, yellow. Anything that is 5 or higher, they recommend being in the wildland urban interface because it's at an increased hazard due to topography, climate, and vegetation. So the red, that's the way it sits as of 2026.
Okay.
As we add development, that can increase as they improve their software and as building grows out with that 250 meters, which is substantial.
Yes.
Especially with the density that we're going to see on the north end of town. And the only area that is changing on the wildland urban interface map is this area. So we can provide
not the southern part.
nothing
Not
changes.
over to
This is the
Daniel.
only change from that green line down to the red. Anything that is out of that beige color is a 4 or less, which the state discourages. That's why it comes down and we don't go in by where on the, what would that be? The south side of Coyote Canyon Parkway. That's why that isn't included, is to stay consistent with what the state regulations are. Of 5 or higher should be wildland, 4 and lower should not be unless there's reasonable justification from the local legislative body that they would like that put in.
And per code, you have to have a designated line, and it has to be a man-made feature or a natural feature. It can't go through lots or subdivisions. It has to be a designated line. So the green line, the current map, was the Wasatch Canal. And now we're just asking to bump it down, and that's the next definitive line.
Excuse me, sorry. So to bump it down to where the beige is at the end of the beige, closer to 1 to 40, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Then? Okay, I see.
And this map would also reflect
fireworks restrictions because we have urban, we have
Okay.
wildland.
Okay.
This is that interface to where we deal with 4 types of fuels: grass, shrubs, trees, and homes. Once the structures are the fuel load, the conflagration is exponential from there. So
All right.
our fireworks restrictions would reflect the wildland map. Red line.
Yeah, and even with all that incredibly high density below the red line on Coyote Canyon Parkway, because there's not a road that goes up the hill there and it goes through lots or a lot line, that's why you can't draw the line that way.
Mixture of the 5 and 4, and also, like Troy was saying, having a readily identifiable line. These roads give us a good anchor point to put personnel to suppress and stop a flame front rather than having a fence, a creek, or those. So that's why we worked and settled on 40 Coyote Canyon Parkway Boulevard, so that we can have an anchor point, because if we see the fires that we saw in Palisades or Boulder, we need an anchor point to be able to put a line of apparatus to stop the flame front.
Thank
All right,
you. I
thank you
really
so much.
appreciate that. I'm sorry I couldn't quite figure out the map. We want to thank you for coming, and we appreciate what you'll bring back to us. And thank you for all you do to protect us. I'm going to proceed with the vote, if that's all right. Everybody good? Have a good night. Thank you.
We're
You're
still here
welcome
for
to
the
stay.
Fireworks discussion.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
and
great.
to be clear,
Okay.
on your work, your consent agenda, resolution 2605, we're asking to stay on the agenda for approval, and that is the fireworks restrictions.
That's, yeah, 2605, right. Okay, thank you. We're going to take the vote, please, starting with you, Sid.
Yes.
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 Yes. Can we comment on this?
The consent agenda, I'm sorry, doesn't have comment, but guess what? Now is the regular public comment time period. We can go up to 20 minutes, and that means we are starting at 7:45, and we can go to 8:05. You are given 3 minutes. We'll time it.
Good night again. How
Good night.
come is clear out by the highway in the city limits anymore? Why isn't it in the county? It should be in the county. I'm sick and tired of all the houses going in. You've got people coming in, and I know it's because of this. They have a lot of money and stuff like that. We don't want stuff. We don't want the development. You guys don't put that road down North Fields. That's the only place I have to look to anymore. We go up in the mountain, I can look down the North Fields, and there's hardly anything there. South Fields, I got a lot of houses on the South Fields, but North Fields still going on. Wake up, put that back in the county. They can't build there. That's my suggestion. Put that back in the county, save some money in your pocket. You don't have to hook up all the sewer lines or anything like that again, like you did on the Red Ledges. Leave some open places for the kids and everybody else. I'm sorry, I'm kind of ticked off and that, but I'll take off and leave. I won't bug you.
No, we're very glad to hear from you, and we want you to come anytime you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to answer his question that once it's annexed, it's hard to de-annex, as I understand, and it has to come from the property owners, not the city, at least as I understand. Anyone else like to come forward for public comment?
I bring you some gifts. I do appreciate all of your service. And I went to the Utah Natural Resources because I do feel like that is we are the golden goose of the state. And I found this map. It's fabulous. It's the water basin. And I guess I feel like that little old lady in the commercial that said, "Where's the beef?" And I want to know, where's the water coming from? So I went and got a map, and I learned about how we're going to survive this. And I know fire danger is going to happen, but I did want to, I feel like we see
The chief can take your maps if you don't mind.
two-dimensional maps, two-dimensional maps. I'm going to let you, I'm gifting this one to the city.
Thank you very much. That's
Right
nice.
here in this little piece, it looks like a funnel, actually, where we are. we're this little funnel area right here. And we have this basin, the map shows the basin.
Make her
that
hold the
we,
microphone.
live in.
Walk around.
Linda, we're not going to be able to get you on the record if you're not at the microphone. Do you want to look at that?
My name is Linda Middleton. I live in this most fabulous golden spot on the planet. I'm grateful for everyone who serves this place and protects it. So I went and I got, this is my most favorite map. It has all of the resources. Look how colorful we are. Look at this. I mean, this is just our area. Do you see how beautiful we are? So I want this framed somewhere. I didn't pay for the frame yet because I just had it printed. But I feel like you are our guardians. And I appreciate every single person who serves us. I do want to emphasize that we don't have running water right now, and the ski industry suffered and so forth. And we do feel the pressure of this constant construction and development. But we have this little tiny area going uphill if you're headed north and into our city when you're headed south. And nobody can go faster than those tanker trucks. And I do feel like we ask as a community, I feel like maybe I wasn't listening clearly, that we did ask for less trucks. We asked for less hazardous materials going near our schools and residential areas. We asked for less high density, and we certainly asked for less sprawl and uninhabited homes on the edges of our wildland interface. So I feel like we're not getting less of that. We are getting more of the things we ask not to happen. We ask for not a bypass where the trucks that do come into our community will still have to deliver things to Main Street. So moving a freeway, I-15, into the North Fields and then having to have the trucks deliver things to the businesses on Main Streets is counterproductive. Also, there is I guess the name of it is Wuhali. It's a golf course. I learned this lesson in Nebraska. The golf courses were put down or were put up where you had to pump water up to them, and the highways were put down where water was. And then the golf courses went bankrupt, and the communities built around them lost all of their money. And that's why our houses was worth nothing. So I appreciate you giving us more of what we asked for and protecting this.
That'll be fun to look at.
Place. Good luck with the framing on that.
Thank you so much for the maps.
Framing the 9/11. We framed your 9/11 flag. It was very nice. It's already done. It's very nice.
My name is Jamie Hewlett. I would just like to make a comment that when I heard the firemen speak, they said because of what the city is doing, because of what Heber City is doing, because Heber City keeps approving all of this, like we don't have control of our city. Who's in control? Matt Brower, there's a reason, like he could not approve this. He could make it safe. Like maybe we shouldn't put homes where there's a huge fire risk. Maybe when things are zoned 1 house per 200 acres, there's a reason. So if I came here in 2008 and I started running the city, I would notice that we are in a valley and we can't have any more people in our valley. We aren't Orem, we aren't Nephi, we have one place to put a road. We were just on vacation for spring break in New Mexico and the Four Corners, and there was old Highway 40. You know why? They moved the highway. Guess what they can't do here? They cannot move it. So when Mike Johnston wants to push his developments and Sid wants to push his developments, and oh, we can do it. We can build this. We can't. We cannot afford any more people because we have one road in, one road out, and we have a valley. There is no place for this road to go. And for them thinking that they're going to put a road through the North Fields to accommodate Coyote, which was Mike Johnston's baby, like, that's not our responsibility to provide for his developments or his big ideas. We can do this. There's a reason why we have zoning laws. Zoning laws were made in 1960 when New York realized we don't have rights for our property. We can't go flood somebody else's property. We can't go put toxic waste on somebody else's property. We have zoning laws for a reason. One of the biggest reasons why we have zoning laws is to control how many people we bring into our community at a time. It's to control how fast things grow, because we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the water, we don't have the electricity, despite what you said in your little interview with Rachel Kaler, that we have water. We are in a drought. We have no water. Jordanelle is very low. There isn't anything coming. And I will close. Thank you.
Anyone else in the chamber? There seems to be someone online. Anyone else in the chamber first? I'm seeing ATC online and Laurel online. ATC, you're off mute. Would you like to give a comment? Letters ATC, you're off mute online. Would you like to give a public comment? Okay, ATC, please wait, and we'll go to Laurel P, who is online. Laurel, would you like to give a comment? Laurel P or ATC, would either of you like to give a comment online? Do you see, or raise your hands if you're online. We'll call on you. Public comment period's open, 3 minutes apiece. Anyone online? ATC or Laurel? Feel free to speak. Okay, I'm going to turn it back to anyone here in the chamber, please. They muted themselves, okay.
Members of the City Council, Matt, thank you for this opportunity to stand here and speak. Blake Walton. One question I have, and maybe you can answer, when a developer comes in and decides they want to build a home, build a development, expand it, who makes that decision? Who approves that?
The City Council.
The City Council, right. I appreciate you for all that you do. You have a very, very tough job, very tough. And you have to hear it from all sides. I will say that tonight, I feel that some of the accusations I've heard against Matt aren't necessarily founded. Some of the things that he's been said that he makes a decision of, he doesn't. You guys do. People before you have. And I would just counsel that maybe we take an opportunity here to grow together as a community rather than divide. There's a great comment, and I hear the snickers in the back, but there's a good show that I like to watch, and there's a comment in there where he says, you know, I either hope that all of us or none of us are judged by our worst day, and how we are treated if we are or ever given a second chance. I don't know all the details with everything. I do know that 4 years ago, I nearly lost my life in the service of this city. And the mayor came to my home and visited me, and Matt was there for me. So I want you all to know that it's just, when I sit here and listen, I feel like as a rubber band, we're being pulled apart from the middle, and I don't see us coming together, and that concerns me. But again, thank you for your time, everybody. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. And we're very glad you're with us. That was very scary and very long for you. And we hope you've totally recovered too, Blake. So is there anyone else here? We still have about 6 minutes. Anyone online that wants to raise your hand or come off mute? Going once.
Mayor?
Yes. Oh,
Um,
yes, that's right. Go ahead, Yvonne.
I don't know if I should go down there because I'm going to be speaking as a citizen.
Feel free. And then I had someone send me a comment they wanted me to read.
I just want to say, as a citizen of Heber City, in this capacity only and not as my current position in Heber City, I too have share Blake's sentiment in that there has been a lot of contention in our community for quite some time. Who shares the burden for that? Well, ultimately, it is the citizens, we the citizens of Heber City. We share that burden, and we also share the fallout, if you will. We are in constant battle with outside sources that are trying to in so many ways, destroy what we have had. The beauty that was here when we moved into the valley 40 years ago has diminished. We still have a beautiful valley, though. It's gotten smaller. There's a lot more obstructions in the way. But when it comes right down to it, one thing that I have noticed when I was a citizen and as a city council member currently for my current position is that ultimately decisions are made with the body that is sitting before me, whether it's body before, now, whatever might come in the future. Do we leverage certain staff members to push through, to get that done, do what we ask? I don't know. I'm not always privy as a council member what's happening, and we're also as citizens not always privy to those meetings that might occur. But what I do know is that as a citizen, I think the only way that we can get through these moments is to make sure that we are respectful, that we are considerate, and that most of all and most importantly, that we do stand for our civil rights and our civic duties. While it may be uncomfortable for those who are on the opposite side of me to have to go through a process, we have to respect the process, and we also have to respect those concerns that our citizens continue to share with us, whether we agree with them, whether it's misinformation, whether it's downright stupid. We still should listen. And so I hope that in some way we can bridge that gap and we can shut down the negative, listen, and still do our job the way that we're supposed to. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? One last call. Anyone online? Come off mute. Raise your hand. Seen it, Trina? Are you seeing any? I can't see when hands are raised, everybody. I can only see the mute and unmute. No, I'm sorry. I looked away. So nothing, Trina? Okay. I will just read this last comment, please, and then we'll do yours, okay? This is from Lindy Rue, Reiux. She is saying, And I probably should have read it before. Let's see if I can do it. Heber City cannot afford Mr. Brower. Not only is his salary outrageous, his spending is totally out of control and doesn't align with the desires of residents. His vision for Heber doesn't align with the wants and needs of the current residents. We love our small rural town feel and want to keep it that way. We don't want a fancy, expensive park, the bypass going through the North Fields, expansion of the airport, or the entire C Street project and out of control developments. Besides the fact that the residents don't want these projects, they primarily benefit residents of the entire county, but are being paid for by a much smaller group of taxpayers. Our cost of living in Heber City is out of control. Not only property taxes, but water, power, special districts, and many proposed projects are pricing our residents out of the city. Because of this, the airport expansion should not be moved forward. The spending needs to stop and let the citizens, period. If Mr. Brower was an elected official, he would have been voted out long ago. I ask the council to listen to their constituents and not renew Mr. Brower's contract or move the airport construction forward. All right, I think that's it, except for you.
Question, Mayor?
Yes.
I'm just curious, why are you reading that email and not
She asked me to on her way out. She
20,
couldn't
25
stay.
others?
I didn't receive 25 others. Well, actually I did, but they never asked me to read it. They went into the regular CC public comments, right, Trina? Okay, let's bring her forward so we can finish up here, please.
Hi, Council. My name's Jenna. I live just on 200 South. I've lived here for 28 years. I've seen a lot of change. I bought my first home and only home in 2004, but I've been living in this valley for a bit. But yeah, basically, I just wanted to come up here and say, like, it's an interesting place to be. I've loved it. I've had to adapt. I'm not from here. I came from another country, but luckily for me, I have Iroquois Indian in me, and I was related to the General Sherman. So good things going there. So anyways, what I'm basically trying to say is, I don't really want to get another job. I've already got 3 and I'm working on a 4th. Okay. I am a single mom, and we can all talk about our hardships in life. I've had some. Don't want to air it to the whole damn city, but we've all had some. It's just like, I wish I could make your salary, first of all, but like, I'm not able to. It's going to take me like 4 jobs to do that. So, but yeah, I've raised a kid here. I've lived here. I've grown up myself here, because really when I came here, I was a kid. It's a grind, man. Like, when does it end? What's it all for? When you go, who else gets to deal with those burdens? I mean, I literally am not going to water this year. I'm not going to plant a garden because honestly, I can't afford to. I don't even apply for any benefits. I probably could, but like, there's someone else who could probably handle that, you know? Wouldn't it be cool for everyone here in this town to have like grass and a backyard and be able to sit outside under a tree, maybe even have a creek running water going down like it is at my house by my street? I certainly can say I do enjoy some music, for sure. It does echo up my street. Can't do much about that. But every now and then there's some really good music. But I used to go to that park. I swung my kid at that park. It's not the same. It just isn't. She learned how to ride on Midway Lane on her bike. First dog I ever got, hiked it all over those mountains. Started to enhance my mountain biking skills over at Coyote. I can't ride all those trails now. They're very hard now. Like the good trails that I liked, they were cruisy for me. They would not like get me hurt so I could continue to go to my jobs. For reals, everyone's got stuff. Like, I'm just maxed. I came from work to this, so just wanted to let you know I'm just maxed. And everyone's got a story. I mean, I really wish I could have a jet. It'd be cool flying in and out. That's just not where I'm at. I commute every day. I fuel up every few days. It's just nonstop.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the public comment period and thank you all for participating. And I do need to clarify, we did receive many emails, I think all of us. Most of those that I recall were going to the published comments. And so they are going to be included in the record and we'll see them in the minutes when the next minutes come out. The one that I read was someone who said, I've got to leave. Will you please read this? I just emailed it to you. I said, fine. So it was just on that. Everyone, we're going on now. We're going to the general business items. The first item is to review city policy pertaining to burial of above ground utilities. Tony Kohler, we'll turn this over to you, please. Oh, Jamie, are you doing it? Okay. And then Tony, do you have anyone you need to bring forward?
Thank you, Mayor. Just give me a moment.
Sure.
Find your item here.
Where's that? Okay, there we go.
Here we go. Okay, so the policy regarding buried power.
Sorry.
So I've invited Jeremy Smith here to be part of this discussion. His property is one of the examples that we would use to, I guess, start the discussion as to what is fair, what is not fair. Our code does require the burial of power. You've seen the policy that I've got in my staff report. Council did have a similar discussion regarding streets, curb, gutter, and sidewalk when we adopted the central Heber overlay zone. And some of the struggles with that is a patchwork of curb, gutter, and sidewalk. Certainly that's one of the concerns with the core of town being primarily developed. If we have some infill that buries power, in 30 years, we're probably still not going to have a very big dent in burying power. So really, the purpose of tonight is to discuss this policy to see if you want to continue it, go over Jeremy's situation on 6 South. And it's a prime example for some of the struggles that we've had with developers and the power company and the city's policy. On the screen, you can see the future development. North is up, to the right is McDonald's, to the left is 100 West. And you can see.
So McDonald's is off the map that way?
Yeah, to the
Okay.
right, yeah.
Thank you. And that's that empty lot there at the corner that they're looking to develop?
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
And Jeremy, did you want to maybe describe the situation, or do you want me to do that?
Yeah, I'll do my best. You can fill in the pieces where I might be missing.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
this is an approved plan. It's been approved for a while. We're basically ready to break ground potentially within the next, let's call it 30 days. One issue that came up, these are approved plans signed off by all departments. The green highlighted area is the proposed burial of the power. You can see it says OHP, that's overhead power. So basically the idea here is that overhead power as per the code would need to be buried. And so the green is what we've budgeted for, what we've planned on, and what has been approved. However, once we got ready to get going and had Heber Light and Power come out, this exacerbated beyond this scope in that it basically becomes really not economical to bury the power. What I mean by that is moving one power pole potentially impacts the 2 power poles that are north of McDonald's. It impacts 3 power poles that are west on First West, 2 power poles, and so it just grows, right? So in my heart of hearts, really, I think the idea behind this is aesthetically to bury the power is not a horrible idea, but when this was passed or planning, I'm not sure when it was passed or whatever, this is an unintended consequence of what happens when you move 1 power pole, you're throwing over a bunch of dominoes. And as it's proposed is I would basically be redoing the infrastructure of the city, not only my lot, but in front of McDonald's, over on First West, north on First West, and so on and so forth. And so the costs just get to be quite prohibitive to do that. I'm more than happy to bury power on my property. That's what's been agreed to in the plan. But as I mentioned, when Heber Light and Power came out, they said, hey, instead of borrowing once, you got to have 4. Instead of a 4-inch, you got to have 6, 6-inch conduits, so on and so forth. So the request, I think kind of where this is headed is, to Tony's point, if the plan is to continue to bury power throughout the entire city, we can't bear that burden on a single property owner. They should be responsible for their part of it for sure, but I don't see how it's beneficial to bear the burden of all the power outside of that property line. So
yeah, one of the challenges is it's not as easy to say, Jeremy, bury the power on your own property. The pole on 100 West is across the street.
Right.
So that necessitates him going across the street. Going to the east on McDonald's, the pole is well off of his property as well. And so there's a fairness question. The other fairness question also relates to what do we do with the services that go from the line on
Across the street.
that go, yeah, exactly, to the residential, and those people may not want their properties disturbed. And sometimes there's ways around it, and you just end up with kind of bizarre situations where power is buried, but there's still just as many poles because we've got to respect the services that are going to existing homes.
yeah, if you take a look also, and we talk services to be, to expand that a little bit, we're talking obviously the power, but you're also talking the internet services to Wasatch County School District, to Comcast. And so it's more than, hey, let's require them to bury power. It's now, because we're buried the power, you have all those services that are stacked on the pole that also, an unintended consequence of the rule. So
Can I ask if the 4 to 6-inch conduit is because of your power needs, or what other surrounding power needs?
definitely not because my power needs. I have all the power I'll ever need already to this space.
Did Heber, again, some of us sit on the Heber Light and Power Board, so we're interested to know why that was required. Do you remember why that change was required?
I don't know. They initially, like I said, they went from a 4-inch to a 6-inch. They also told the contractor they had to go down 6 feet, which seems a little bit over the top. I'm sure somewhere there's a reason for it. I'm not trying to place blame like, hey, they're trying to take advantage, but the requirements are excessive than what they're requiring us to make us do. Like I said, we're fine with the original 4-inch conduit. We're fine with everything as planned, but it's just exploded here to this major project. To put it into perspective, just to burrow underground, that's $100,000 expense.
Oh, yes. Yes,
Right.
I understand. And
Yeah.
thank you for giving us some of the estimates. Can I just pause real quick? Russ, that 6-foot burial on these dry utilities, was that per city code or what, please?
Well, the city's requirement is that they follow the Heber Light and Power standards, and we give Heber Light and Power the opportunity to comment during the approval process. We don't provide those comments. So if what was shown on the drawings wasn't per their comments or per their standards, we would expect them to point that out, as we're not familiar with it. But that's where it's coming from, is their Heber Light and Power standards.
I remember from our tour at the park, they mentioned a 6-inch conduit because of the 90 degrees that can come with the 6-inch and the ability to pull that thicker distribution cable through that. And because of the thicker distribution cable is also why they wanted it lower. That's not this lot. We weren't talking about this lot, but we had the same conversation at the park when you were talking about burying across George Bennett's land, if you remember. I could be wrong, but I don't know if that
That would make
rings a
sense,
bell. It's
yeah.
just
Sure.
the cable that they're bringing doesn't bend very well. So to move it, they have to
And
have more space.
because of continuing high pressure in this area, you know what's happening, to the south of McDonald's and how that proposal has been around for some time. I'm sure that that's what's leading Heber Light and Power to say it's better for us to upgrade at this point instead of coming back later and doing the 4 to 6 at that point. You see what I mean? And again, that's not on you.
Sure, right.
That's not on you. But I do think this discussion should probably go to the Heber Light and Power Board. What are you thinking, Aaron and Morgan?
Clarification, Mayor. So Heber Light and Power could care less. I got an email, they said, hey, it's not a requirement on us. Heber Light and Power, meaning Heber Light and Power, we don't require, if it's overhead, underground, they don't care as they're, right? So it comes back to the city, and that's why we're here, is to say, hey, city, is this really something that you're going to enforce? If so, that's fine. Who's going to pay for it? Because it's not right or fair to make a property owner pay for
Oh, I
other people's
understand that. And
property, right?
I'm not interested in making you pay off your property. Okay. And I'm not interested in, I don't get to vote. I'm not interested in trying to underground that service to the north either.
Right.
Because that's not on your dime and that's not your property. Anyway, I can proceed, but I hope there's ways that we can work this. Mike, go ahead.
So you've brought something to our attention. Sometimes doesn't come. Years ago, everything was above ground. All power lines were above ground. All telephone lines were above ground. Cable became above ground. And then at some point in this city, I'm thinking Valley Hills, I think, was the first place it started. They started putting power underground. And it looked great. And in my backyard, there's a power box. It's all in the back, actually. The boxes are in the back. The power's not in the front. And then at some point, I remember the city decided to say, well, when somebody does something on their property, we like the power lines buried, so we're going to start requiring you to bury the existing power lines. And that became somewhat of a policy. I think it was a policy. It's a council decision. It's a very subjective decision that we want somebody to pay for burying our existing power lines, and you're the guy that has to do it. We've determined, we've already made this decision now on First East. We thought, wait a second, now that we're subject to this, we don't want to do that. We're not going to bury the power lines on First West because of the cost. But no one's come back and changed our code, obviously, that says, it still says you have to do it. You're the poor sucker that's got to do that. Because the guy across the street doesn't have to, because there's no power lines over there, but you got all the power lines, and especially on a corner, it's even worse. Now you got 2 sets of lines running. So, this just says review the city policy to burying policy. We need to change our policy and make it fair. My opinion has always been, if we want the power lines buried as citizens, as a council representing the citizens, if that's what we want, then we need to all pay for it. And it's certainly probably half the cost if we do it all at the same time. If we do the entire block, not up, down, up, down, up, down. So we had that discussion, I think, years back when I first started, and hey, that's a good idea. Let's bury all the power lines, but no one wants to fund it. And I don't think the citizens want to fund it either. So I would like to change the policy so that new construction, new power lines are buried. The line from the pole to your building is buried. We're not doing overhead, but I don't think we should be asking any particular person to bury existing power lines or telephone lines or cable lines or whatever lines. That's my stance on this.
So Mayor, I have a comment.
No, Sid?
So Jeremy and myself and Matt met out on site and had a good talk. And Jeremy, a question to you. Does it benefit you to benefit or bury the power lines? The question is, would you?
Aesthetics, I have a power line in front of my building, but aesthetics is the only reason. There's no other benefit.
Yeah, the curb appeal, right?
Yeah.
So again, we created this thing called the CRA, and this is the appropriate use of that money is to help this situation. Are you willing to do what you showed up there with the green?
100%.
So, and then the CRA makes up for the other because then it benefits the community. It benefits us trying to live up to our policy as far as burying the power lines, which aesthetically, curb appeal and all that is a good thing for the city, in my opinion. Yeah, we didn't do it on First West just because of the cost and what it would take. So, but in this situation, okay, if a developer comes in and says, okay, on my property, I've already budgeted it, I already have it. Yeah, but this case, because of the logistics and how a power line has to be secured and maintained, it goes past their property. So why would we have a property owner go past his property? And I can't understand that. So in my opinion, I don't know how much money we have in the CRA, but this is a good case scenario that this is used for the benefit, not of, because he's putting up the money, right? It's for the community. So, and that's what a CRA is for. So that's my opinion. And okay, yeah, let's think about, okay, is this appropriate? From your standpoint, if I was a developer, yeah, I would love it from a curb appeal aesthetic, just the look and feel of my project, because you want the best look and feel. And you have to realize he has done some amazing stuff in the city. He did a pretty cool building, and he got hit with this at the last minute that, oh, by the way, we can't have that. And there needs to be a process when a developer comes in, he understands, and hopefully a staff, not putting you down. I know you guys do your best, but there is a process that they need to check and make sure that they understand the impacts of, okay, what do I need to be aware of? So.
If I can remember correctly, I was just going to say quickly, if I can remember correctly, the decision to bury the, to put it into this was a council decision. It was not something that staff suggested even, other than just to hear what we had at that time. If I can remember correctly, I might have just barely sat here 4 years ago. So, well, it sounded like a good time at that moment and a good decision at that moment. It's true. We have had so many issues with, this being difficult. Should developers pay for their fair share? Absolutely, in certain circumstances. And I appreciate that you're willing to do that. But should you have to pay for everybody else's when those properties are not even looking to do that, may not want to do it? I, as someone who is always saying no, in this case, I would definitely say that we need to have a clearer policy. It's something that we need to sit down, make sure that we are covering all the bases instead of just saying, oh, this sounds great, this looks good, and thinking, as you even just mentioned, aesthetics. Yes, does it look nicer? Is it nice to see maybe clearer skies instead of lines across the horizon? Yes, I mean, it is. But is it absolutely positively needed? We could probably argue in a lot of cases that no, it's not. So for me, I say let's find a way to review the policy, do something to help you out. But I will stop at allowing CRA money to be used to complete the rest of those other properties. I think that's something we need to discuss and be careful about as we go forward. So, and it has nothing to do with you, but council, that's my concern on that. But in regards to your property,
And
yes.
I do feel like, I feel like I understand the CRA just enough to maybe understand it enough, but, and I'm not suggesting that it should be used on my property. I'm saying in general, for an example, 5th and Main is a building that I put together. I office there. That was a surprise to me when I got a call after footing and foundation was in that I had to move power, right? But I am paying into the CRA as a result. And I'm not asking for, again, personal money on any project whatsoever. I'll handle my own. But I do feel like it might be an opportunity if the council were to say, yeah, we do want to bury certain power poles or power lines. I do feel like that might be an appropriate use of the CRA to use that outside of.
I see what
a-
you're saying.
a
So not for
developer's-
your property,
Not for my
just,
property.
just for the, those surrounding.
If there's adjacent
I
poles
still
that
would
need to
have
be
to think it
buried, you
through.
know, there's citizens across the street. It's not, in my opinion, fair for them to have to pay for it because I want to build a building.
Mm.
But it does
True.
aesthetically benefit them and the community. So maybe that is an opportunity where the CRA can say, you know what, developer is going to take care of this property. He understands this is a citizen that's being impacted as a result. And
Mm.
so CRA, Heber Light and Power, Heber City, whatever that means, you know, I don't want to pass a cost on to a citizen
I
as a result of
understand. I
my development.
appreciate that.
So-
Thank you.
It's very refreshing to hear that from the developer. So thank you very much for
Yes.
saying that. Okay, Morgan or Aaron?
Thanks, Jeremy. I mean, I know that that last comment was, you know, it's similar to how you did business with the other building. So I, you know, as far as now I understand it, go ahead and I'll do it, right? Council, just something to keep in mind and to think about. When we took the tour of the city park and we had those big, huge boxes, that's because, if you remember, Jason said that that's required anytime three-phase power goes underground. This is a three-phase line. So somewhere at McDonald's, because that's where the last pole is before it goes underneath, and somewhere at, I think it's, I'm pretty sure the guy's name's Caleb Savage. I'm pretty sure that's his.
Caleb Savage, yeah, he's across the street.
other
to
side.
Yeah, to the west.
Those two lots would require either those big boxes or some kind of Heber Light and Power intentionality, because where Jeremy's pole is in the middle of the lane there, the next one is in the buffer at McDonald's, and then it goes to Main Street. From there, that's the only remaining power pole for a block square in any direction is in front of McDonald's and Jeremy's lot. Everything else has been buried because it was all, you know, later. So this is actually, frankly, this is a really good one to think about potentially burying, because it would get rid of all the poles for a 4-block square actually, which is interesting. But it is three-phase, so keep in mind when we say we want to do that, CRA money can do it. There's some pretty big costs, and there's also some fairly large impacts to whichever properties end up with those boxes. And they have no say right now. They're not here. They're not talking to us. So I think it's worth talking about later is what I'm getting at.
Morgan, did you
Regardless
want
of the
to?
rule.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
a couple of quick questions. Jeremy, have you incurred any expenses for burying lines
Currently?
on any property that's not adjacent to your property? So this current project,
Yeah,
have
so,
you incurred additional expenses for burying lines outside?
yeah, great question. So yes, I've actually, so I can keep the building moving along. I got a bill from Heber Light and Power for $189,000. They required $155,000 deposit, which would go towards gears and things for my property, totally fine, but also excess materials and supplies that would be used on other properties. So the tricky part with that, to no fault of Heber Light and Power, is that price is not guaranteed until they receive the equipment and actually have a dollar amount associated to what that actually costs due to shortages and whatever else, right?
It could be a little higher.
Yes. So to answer your question, let's assume it's $200,000. I need to go through the itemized breakdown to see how much of that is for my property, gears, and all the things. But then in addition, like I mentioned earlier, to do the burrow underneath the ground, there's 4 separate burrows, and that price tag is $90,000. So an estimate of about $300,000, of which some is obviously my responsibility, but yes, there is excess costs and to bear as a result of the current requirements by Heber Light Power.
And also with Fifth on Main,
Mhm.
you mentioned you had to bury some lines there.
Mhm.
What were the costs that were incurred, just approximately?
Yeah, that one was interesting. I found out about that via a phone call from Heber Light and Power after plans were approved, footing and foundation was installed, and then I got a call that said, hey, we need to meet with you in our office. And I knew that wasn't a good thing. And so I went over, they said, hey, by the way, you need to bury power on your property. I had plenty of power there, did not need any additional power, but it required me to bury the power on my property. That's fine. I had to go across 600 South, in between the neighbors over to Walgreens. I felt like that was taken care of reasonably, right? I wish I would have known about it beforehand, but Heber Light and Power depreciated some of the poles because they were older, and I felt like it worked out fine. I wish I would have known ahead of schedule, but yeah, there were definitely additional costs to that that I mean, probably didn't need to, but that's in the past and that's fine. I've accepted that and moved on. But yeah, just moving forward, there's just not a lot of clarity.
So council, my main question is, where did we drop the ball? Whose responsibility was it as far as staff or Heber Light and Power? How could that have been avoided? How can we avoid it in the future? And how do we rectify these costs that have been incurred and that are being incurred currently? The policy has not yet been revised, right? So
I don't think it's a
anyway.
drop of the ball so much as they have to go connect to the closest power. And in
Well,
that
well,
case, the closest power.
Well, Jeremy
wasn't on a
just
pole.
said he was not, it wasn't communicated in a timely manner.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He had started the project already, and then he received word. How can we improve our customer service and work better with developers and residents?
Well,
Is that not why we're having this discussion?
yeah, we'll let staff take a turn if that's
Oh,
okay.
I mean, that question, who dropped the ball? I don't think anybody dropped the ball. I think Jeremy didn't understand the process at the time that he would have to work with and pay the expenses at Heber Light and Power. I don't know exactly what happened there, but I do want you to know, council, did anybody drop the ball? No, staff is enforcing this policy decision that power lines are to be undergrounded when development occurs. That's the bottom line here. Just so you know, we have enforced this many times. Oftentimes it looks just like what Jeremy is saying here. Oh, well, okay, I'm going to underground it across my property. Now I'm at the edge. So I just took a pull out here, but now I have to put one up here to go back up over here. I mean, it is messy, but nobody's dropped the ball or made mistakes. And it does at times result in unfairness. I think, one other thing as we're considering what to do here, we need to keep Heber Light and Power part of this conversation because I don't think anybody on staff would have understood. We would have said, Jeremy, yeah, you need to drop it through your property. That pole on the opposite side of 100 West, that's going to be the last pole. It's going to come across your property, and then you're probably going to have to put a new pole up at your east property line, and it's going to go above ground. Heber Light and Power came and said, no, we're not doing that. You're going to have to go all the way. We wouldn't know that as staff. So there has to be more communication. But I think really the whole point of this discussion tonight is, do we want to continue down this route? Because staff will enforce this policy. Unless you don't want us to and want to consider something else, then we'll adjust. And
Just to follow up. So Russ, it was on Jeremy to understand what the current policy was.
Well,
referring
I can't-
to, as I'm asking,
Yeah,
referring
I
to
can't
Fifth
speak
on
to
Main.
exactly what happened there and why that wasn't clear. I would have suspected that would have been on the plans, and maybe it was an expense that Jeremy didn't understand until he met with Heber Light and Power. But our requirement as a city, whether a existing power line is going underground or whether you're developing new ground that all of the power lines are going underground, the responsibility of the developer is to install the conduit required for that power infrastructure underground, and then they have to pay Heber Light and Power's fees, whatever they are, for transformers, conductors, installation of that. We don't control that, but that is the requirement of the city policy.
Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, council, this is oh yeah, Matt, just for information, this is a business presentation, right? General business. So we're not able to take any votes at this point. I just wanted to clarify that for everyone. Matt?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reiterate what Russ just said. Staff is simply enforcing the existing policy. If council wants to change that policy, we would support that discussion in the direction you want to go. Recognize that 100 West, council's already said we want to keep those power lines overhead. We're not interested in burying those. It's also important to note that with this project, I think it's warranted to have a discussion about the existing policy, see if it needs to be changed. As you have that discussion, though, I think it's important that you be mindful of the power lines that go down the bank block and the Chicks block, essentially the power lines that will go down under the ground where the C Street is. That's a priority. Maybe that is a separate policy for the 2 blocks versus all the other power lines that we're talking about. Just a thought.
Okay, if I make a comment?
Yes, please.
So as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the city is doing some development along First West already, or has plans to.
A road, a
A
new
ro-
road design.
Okay, which would normally require, as per the code, the city to bury
Yes,
their power.
that's
However,
true.
due to the expenses, the city has chosen not to.
Right.
So therefore, the city has made an exemption for themselves
Mhm.
that they're not willing to grant to other citizens. Am I understanding that correct?
I think you said it succinctly.
Yeah,
Okay,
sort of.
Just want to make sure.
Yes,
There's, well, just
yes,
a
and
second,
sort
there's
of.
no sort of.
Yeah, so here's the
It's-
sort of.
okay.
At least in my mind, the decision wasn't only because of cost. The decision on my mind was because where we would have to bury the power and where we would have to put the boxes is in people's actual yards, just because that property line has been so ill-defined over years that we have, like George Bennett's place, if you're familiar, like his yard is actually like 20 feet. Well, I don't know. It's a pretty big distance away from the property line. Like, they're using land that isn't, that is in the right of way, just they always have. And when we looked at that, we saw if those boxes were every place where the services were, at least what I remember was having all the different boxes and then having a pole that then services overhead. We end up with way more poles. It was like 11 poles on that block.
It's due to
So it was one where it was cost, but it was also like just not good. We lost parking because of it. We lost road because of it. It just didn't make sense on that block.
So
But-
there is a exception for the city when they don't want to do something, they don't have to follow their own code. But when a citizen comes and is willing, I'm willing to pay for my property, right?
I think I understand what you're saying. I don't know.
I
I
don't
think
know
the
if
code
I
is developer,
totally-
so.
I know where you're going, but I don't know if I totally agree on looking at it that way. If the city was platting a new subdivision itself all the way down 100 West and creating 600 new homes along there, sure, we're a developer. We're not a developer. We are building curb, gutter, and sidewalk. We're not adding development units. We're not adding commercial space. We're just dealing with the street. So I don't think you can necessarily say that we are obligated to bury the power.
Talked about it, but decided not to.
Yeah, I think it's optional, is how I would look at it.
All right, go ahead, Mike.
Tony, Russ, I'm reading your very first line of the staff report. It says summary, Heber Valley Code 18-117-030C. Electric, cable, internet, natural gas, and telephone lines shall be installed. These utilities shall be located underground. And the rest doesn't matter. To me, this actually isn't precisely saying that existing utilities must be underground. It only says utilities that shall be installed shall be located underground. Is this the only place it comes up? Or is this I know it's a policy. Is it actually per the code?
Councilman Johnson, if you continue to read that, it does say something to the effect of if it impacts negatively.
Yes.
Which.
It says except when major transition lines are on site and when other adjacent property owners would be impacted. But my point is, I'm going to go back to, I think our policy should be all new lines, just what it says, all new gas, power, internet, cable, telephone lines that are installed shall be underground. Not a problem with that. The only policy decision is what do we do with all existing, perfectly functioning and good overhead lines? And I take it seems to me, I could come in and say, hey, I want to add an addition to my house. And the codes, and Russ goes, oh, okay, but the code says you have to rip out the asphalt in our street and put pavers in, because we like pavers. They're really pretty. And I'm thinking, I don't want to rip out the perfectly good asphalt in the front of my lot just to put pavers in because it's aesthetically pleasing. It's not my job. If the city wants to do it, let them pay for it. And that's how I feel as a council. Nobody, including Jeremy, should have to underground their existing power lines that are perfectly good and operational.
Okay, anyone else want to speak to
would be a
that or
pretty,
move on?
yeah, that'd be a pretty big change. I wasn't here when it was put in. I don't know if you were, but I think the intent.
No, it was long before I got here.
Yeah, I think the intent, from what we're trying to remember from other people's actions, was to make it prettier, or to
Purely aesthetics.
Yeah, purely
And
aesthetics.
I like the aesthetics.
I think to Jeremy's here, at least in this case, he's here saying, hey, I'm happy to do mine. I think it's a totally appropriate use of the CRA funds, limited as they are, since nobody decided to to be a part of it with us. But I'm of the opinion that that's a perfectly good use to finish that block, because that block is an interesting block where it would make a pretty big difference in sightlines and property values and everything. I mean, it's not just aesthetics, but it is aesthetics. I just don't, yeah, it almost seems like this is unclear in a way, to your point, Mike. It's unclear in a way that probably makes it really hard for staff to do their job effectively. And I wonder if it isn't that we need to have somewhere in here that it gives the ability to say, you know, unless the costs outside of your, you know, your land are, you know, I don't know, call it 50% or more of what's inside your land, at which point we'll talk to the city council and look for an approval or something like that. Because that's, you know, there's got to be some kind of rule. If he's going to relocate and he has to go 5 more feet, I think that's fine, you know, but if he has to go a block and a half, because you'd have to go a lot further, that's totally unfair. I'm glad we're talking about it. It's totally unfair. It doesn't make sense at all. It was never the intent.
I just make sure, Aaron, this only applies to the historic blocks of town. This is only the place. It's redevelopment of our historic blocks. Nowhere else.
Doing it anyway. Yeah.
So do we want it? How do we want to address these blocks?
Okay, are we bringing this back?
Yeah, I mean, to state it clearly, I think I would be in favor of some changes to the wording that give staff the ability to let a property owner not have to do things outside of their area, but that give us a chance to talk about it, so that instead of, like Russ just said, so instead of we end up with a pole at the corner, then it goes underground, then it comes to a pole, and then it goes 10 feet to the other pole at the edge of McDonald's, which thankfully Heber Power said no, probably because the transformers are too close to each other, I would guess. But anyway, thankfully they said no, otherwise we wouldn't have heard about this one, right? I think we need to have some ability for staff to come back and say, hey, is this one that's important to the CRA? At which point we can say yes or no.
So the question is, Jeremy, do you want that pole down on your property?
I mean, in the perfect world, we'd just follow the plan. I mean, at the end of the day, we'd follow the plan.
If not, what's the?
If not, then the pole stays, I guess. It's not ideal for aesthetics and for parking, because I'm required to have on-street parking there, diagonal, which it's planned for and all that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think we should do it.
I'm in favor of bringing it back, and let's discuss it and really make a decision, because again, these codes are kind of organic until we get a case study right here. Is it realistic? So.
Would you mind if staff took the opportunity to put some language together for your evaluation at the next meeting?
It'd be great.
Yeah, that would be great.
You know, the conversation would be different right now too if Jeremy were developing the entire block, right? If he had bought the McDonald's property and was doing the whole block, we wouldn't be talking about it, because you just have to do the whole thing. But that's not, it is a weird one. And it's weird because it's 3-phase, and it's weird because there's poles everywhere.
So Tony has something.
So just as a reminder, similar to the WUI that we talked about earlier, this would be a land use ordinance. We'd ultimately have to go back to the planning commission, hold a public hearing, and then come back.
So do we want the planning commission to take the first crack at it before we look at some language, is what I'm asking.
Right.
Okay.
I think that'd be good. I think
it's
at the
gotta go
same
to
time,
planning.
if Matt could take it, or whoever wants to take it, I think we ought to figure out what the cost of doing the rest of the block is and bring that back for a CRA group discussion. Because if it's going to be tore up and there's going to be some pipe in the ground, we might as well do it now. And this block seems to make good sense to me.
So are you talking about the whole 600 down to 1200 South
just
block?
this-
Are you
just
talking
this
about
block.
just this little part of this road?
This part that we can see is largely the part he's going to do. It's not exactly, but it's the next part. It's this block from First West
Highway
to
40 to First West,
Yeah,
just on this
just that.
part of that.
The ones we have to talk about because of this project.
I have
I'm not saying we
really-
do it. I'm saying somebody ask Heber Power what that's going to cost, because half the trench is going to be dug anyway.
I had a weird tangent question. I'm hopeful that the diagonal parking on the front of that is equal to the diagonal parking across Highway 40 Main Street, so that it's not further into the traffic lane. That's not your issue. That's our issue. I'm afraid that if people are pulling out really into the traffic lane instead of having much more space that they do on the other side of 600 South, I'm afraid that's really going to cause some issues, because people are used to just going through that very quickly and not having people pull out in front of them. It kind of looks like it's very close to the travel lane instead of allowing people to back out without going into the travel lane. I was wondering if the planning commission had noticed that or had dealt with that, given the width of the existing sidewalk. Is it matching the other side of 600 South on the east side? They'll be backing into, okay, so there's not as much room there is what I'm saying as on the other side of 600 South. Well, you could see how that could be, yeah. That's really concerning to me. And I know maybe we're not that picky yet in our code, but for them to be backing out onto a road that is quite a collector right now, I am really concerned that we are causing major issues.
Same thing at UPS store, right? I mean, it's the same
There's more
road.
room there, though. There's more room in front of the UPS and the bank where when they can pull back, they're not into the travel lane, right? There's a good, 10 feet, 15. It's a very wide road there, but this one is not that
Russ,
wide.
does this, let me say it differently. Was this in your plan when you talked about the traffic calming measures on this
No,
stretch of the block?
This isn't something that, I don't think this is something that we want as a city. I think they have to come up with a certain number of parking spaces, and this is how they met that obligation, if I remember correct.
But in addition, let me add, this is the way we have the building pushed to the road is a requirement of the city.
Yes.
For the setback.
Yes.
If we're going to review something, we ought to review, this isn't on the main corridor, so there's really no need to have that building as close as it is. So this is a setback issue. We discussed this early on in the plans. In our perfect world, that building would be further south or to the east property line because of the parking. However, we're not able to do that.
Right.
So there we have an unintended consequence of parking people that are going to be backing onto an already busy area. So,
and sadly, this configuration is blocking people coming out of McDonald's. Does that make sense? The people that are turning out of McDonald's.
No, this is going to be an
Blocking their view.
out only exit there.
Right. We're just not there yet.
Right. Well, I mean, actually, this plan only allows that to be an out.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, as you know, the city is going to be putting a median at some point down, or a barrier, median barrier down the middle of that.
We haven't yet. And I don't know when that's going to happen, Russ. And until it does happen, people are going to be trying to right in, left in, all kinds of things. And the parallel parking is blocking us right now on this street when we come to the 100 South, 100 West intersection. And you're into the intersection before you're able to see if you can even go.
Trust
right?
me, we definitely understand. We're following code.
Okay, well, maybe there's a.
Sorry, to clarify, you
maybe
said you
there's a
didn't want to
bigger
do that.
discussion
You wanted
here.
it on the east side?
Yeah, the ship kind of sailed, so to speak.
Oh,
But yes.
I know, this is
Is
frustrating.
the corner of this building, Russ, is it as close to the road as the one?
It would have the same
The
requirements.
one
of
next
Fifth and
to
Main.
Zion's, the block
Yeah,
of Wells Fargo? I
I'm
forget
going
what
to
it's called.
defer to planning and say that setbacks are a planning code. I don't know exactly the distance here. I assume that it meets probably the exact minimum requirements from the road here is probably what they've done, but I don't know.
An easy way to handle this is just to keep the parallel parking that's there on the road, not allow the angle parking.
Yeah, you
Even
don't get
though
as
they
many
only have so
parking
much room
spots.
for parking requirements, because I'm not one to try to cause accidents. So Jamie, your turn.
Just to answer Councilman Cheatwood's question, I believe you're referencing the one at the corner of 100 East and Center Street. Okay, no, it's a completely different zone. That is a C3 zone. This is a C2 zone. C2 zone requires the setback to be 20 to 40 feet maximum. So that's the general buffer you have. It does allow for a reduction down to 10 feet if the only signage for the property is actually on the building. So meaning they forego some sort of monument sign. Those are the setbacks. The ones that you're referencing is a 0 lot line setback on the public right of way.
Okay, so this could be up to 40 feet.
Up to
back.
40, but to Jeremy's point, that 40 would be a hard one to put anything other than maybe a drive through between the public right of way and the building. That's what you're seeing at, say, Carl's Jr. or Panda Express. They've put that in there, but to actually put parking in 40 feet is a bit harder. As we get south of 12th South, the policy and the code states that it's a minimum of 30. There is no maximum, and so they can push those buildings back. And that decision was made by the council in past years because they felt that as you got off of past 12 or south of 12th South, you're kind of off Main Street, you're more highway oriented, and that was the conversation and decision made there. But this would be a minimum of 20, maximum of 40, unless they do the signs, but I think we're at 20 feet.
Yeah, there's the monuments on the corner is all.
Well, I know we've got a trail on the other side of 600 South that's wide. And maybe that was part of this consideration too, is to keep it wide here. Is that correct? Even though we switched the trail to the north side? Okay, I'm just thinking of lots of complaints. I always like to avoid complaints and I'd like to avoid accidents. And I'm afraid that's going to get not a good reputation for being able to park there. So I'm saying, go back to parallel. Tony, do you recall if they've met their parking requirements with the back parking, the side parking, or if their parking are they right on the limit of what's required for parking parking spaces, or can we reduce those front angled parkings down to parallel perhaps?
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to.
Okay.
So what you're saying is reduce our parking requirement in our code, which would fix everything, yeah? Yeah, and the reason why we want to push buildings to the street is because we want that street frontage there. We don't want, a big parking lot in front, very similar, or a drive, very similar to Carl's Jr. And that's why what Jeremy's doing here. He's pushing his building to the street. So if we want to reduce the parking and not have parallel or angled parking there, let's look at the parking code. So it's easy.
Sorry,
There's
Jeremy.
diagonal parking right here on Center Street. It's a very, very busy street. I work right there. It's not a problem. This won't be a problem either. People will slow down. They'll drive slower. It's just,
Center Street is not as busy.
it's totally busy.
Absolutely not.
600 South is quite.
And it's
quite
fully
rural.
parked all day. Every spot is full.
Fender benders there.
All right.
I know. Just saying.
Does anybody want to summarize here how we're going to go forward? You guys are going to go to the planning commission first, or did you want to say
I
something?
just want to say that whatever we do at this point, we're running out of time. And also, I think that we've given enough on that. I think in addition to what we've already shared about getting a little more information on what he's going to be responsible for and what we're going to be responsible for, or what the CRA might possibly be
There's
used.
some interest in talking about with the CRA about the potential to participate on this project.
On this
And I
project
see that
only.
as separate from going to planning commission and talking about the policy in general. I think
Yes.
we need to sit down with Heber Light and Power, look holistically at all the lines that we
Mhm.
have in the downtown and say, gosh, are there some that really should be buried for many reasons or policy reasons? Maybe all of them are left alone. Is there something in the middle? There's been some ideas brought out here and we come back with a recommendation
Mhm.
and you go back to
But then
town
I
on-
also think that in addition with that last half of the conversation, though, there needs to be possible looking into the parking issue. That, I'm sorry, but 600 South is its own little beast.
Yeah, we need to look at parking again.
I think
Yeah.
that definitely needs
Okay.
to be in addition to all of that.
So going to
there you go.
Heber Light and Power, it's best to work with staff. And we just
Oh,
had
sure,
one leave.
Sure.
If you
Yeah, we have a
can
good
set up with
relationship.
Jason,
Yep.
right, and Riley to be able to go over those lines and identify the low hanging fruit, right? But then please check again with Sarah on the CRA budget, because I don't see the CRA budget being able to afford anything like this
I
right
just want to
now.
make one quick wording clarification too. Tony, when you recapped it just now, the recap was great, but you said there's an appetite to go to the CRA potentially to participate on this project, and that is not it.
That's not. Okay.
Because the CRA doesn't participate directly, at least in my mind, with developer projects, but to participate on the bearing of the lines of this block because of this project.
Got it. Okay. Subtle, but I think I-
Subtle, but it's a pretty big difference, actually.
Is there anything else anyone wants to say? Thank you for joining us in our bureaucracy, okay, and our many processes, and thank you for still smiling, okay? We appreciate this.
Well, you guys are one stage late, so.
Not-
Or you're volunteering.
Tony's the one you're going to have to be working through, Tony and Jamie, and then if you feel like it's not making progress, feel free to reach out to us, okay?
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going on to general business item now, number 2, discussion and direction on language in the Northfields Memorandum of Understanding MOU with Wasatch County. Matt, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Hey, Tony. Can I pose upon you to put up on the TV figure A of this particular staff report? It's entitled Northfields Figure A.
So this will be included in the minutes after we're done tonight?
I beg your pardon?
There wasn't anything in the agendas.
Should be there.
Oh, I just pulled it up. Why didn't that? Never mind.
Mine's up.
I don't know why it's not there for me, but go ahead.
What is that you're saying?
I'll refresh. It's under number 2.
Oh, you might be on the wrong number 2. Let's scroll down more.
There it
Thank you,
is.
Tony.
Now it's there. Thank you. Oh, you put it up in the work meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary.
Sorry,
That's right.
sorry,
It was
sorry.
listed twice, but the materials are in the work meeting.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
sorry.
Thank you. Council, the purpose of this agenda item is to discuss and consider changes to the Heber City Expansion Area MOU. By way of background, recall in your recent joint meeting with Wasatch County, the county administrator and Heber administrators were asked to take a look at the MOU to see if some language could be added to help protect the North Fields as identified on the TV screen there in the red area. By way of some additional context, the Heber City Expansion Area MOU was adopted in 2019. Its purpose, and I'll read this to you, the purpose of this MOU is to establish the terms and conditions under which Wasatch County and Heber City will implement multi-jurisdictional annexation, land use, and utility service policies. And again, that was adopted back in 2019. Dustin and I did get together and we have put some language together. This language was proposed to the Wasatch County at their meeting last week. They had 2 comments. I'll share them with you now so you can consider them as I read the changes to you. First is they wanted to consider providing more detail to the first sentence of the proposed changes. And second, rather than inserting language into the existing MOU, they wanted to consider maybe a new agreement. Again, they didn't come to any decisions on these 2, but it was just simply a matter of discussion.
Why did they want a new agreement if that was the only change? Do they just not think the rest of it's strong enough?
The MOU is not a traditional agreement. It's an MOU. It's lighter in terms of its enforceability, and they wanted something that was perhaps more enforceable to really move the needle on trying to protect the Northfields, if you will. So in your staff report, we've included the language there. I'm going to read it to you. This would change essentially section 6B of the MOU, and the new language would read as follows. Heber City and Wasatch County agree to expend efforts to protect the rural character and agriculture nature of the Northfields as defined in Figure A, the red map on your TV screen, that are west of North US 40, north of Highway 113, east of the Heber Valley Western Corridor, and north of 900 North. Again, it's just describing the area for that red map. The entities mutually agree that the Northfields will not be included in Heber City's annexation boundary, and that Wasatch County only zone this area to promote rural agricultural residences. Moreover, Heber City commits to allocating its unit-based preservation fees collected from the North Village in Heber towards land acquisition and conservation easements within Figure A. The commitment is contingent upon Wasatch County maintaining its current low-density zoning of 1 unit per 20 acres in the Northfields. That is the new proposed language for section 6B of the MOU. Again, tonight we're not making a decision. I simply wanted to get your reaction so I can report it back to the Wasatch County.
Matt, I think the map is wrong. So looking at the thing, it says west of 40, north of 113, east of Western Corridor. That would be the new corridor. So I don't think the red goes past the yellow and blue line. At least when
I think you're right.
Luke Searle and I were talking about it, we were talking specifically, and by the way, council, we weren't trying to do anything outside of council. It's just Luke and I both had this intent and this mentality that if they do the corridor, that we, both entities, should do all we can to make sure that nobody tries to develop between the two roads.
So-
Right? And so it would be just the section that's above the red line and what is this, to the right of the yellow and to the left of the green in this map. Now, this isn't the final map, but that was the intent. My intent was to say, can we get really smart about both of us saying, hey, since there's going to be a highway right here, we really don't want this developed. Can we get really smart about saying and being proactive about maybe buying some stuff, buying some easements? Maybe it turns into parkland. I don't know. Agricultural use is what the wording is, but I don't think it was supposed to be the entire Northfields.
Yeah, I
At
think
least I don't intend our preservation
Go
funds
beyond that.
to be random
Mhm.
little plots
That's
of
a great
land
point.
in the middle of nowhere.
It's a great point.
That's not what I intended.
Mhm.
All right, Mike.
I had the same feelings, Aaron, but I would tweak that. I actually do think the North Fields would be defined as instead of east of the corridor, east of the Provo River. That's what it shows here, east of the Provo River, and then of course, north of Midway Lane and west of current 40. That's to me is the North Fields. I think this could cover everything, but the preservation fees, I agree with, those should be allocated as close to, between 40 and the new corridor. And a little bit north, so north of College Way, we could do that too. But I would also like Wasatch, two things. If we're going to obligate ourselves in here, which I want to do, I'd also like Wasatch County to buy in and match our dollar for dollar. If we're going to commit in a contract, this is where we're putting our preservation fees. I would like the rest of the county to also participate, which of course the county is half of Heber City. So we're really going to give 3/4 of this, but I would like everyone else to participate. The only other thing I want to do is, I don't like the point about promoting rural agricultural residences. I'd really just cross off residences and say promote rural agriculture. I don't think we should be promoting residences, and even if they're rural agriculture residences.
That's up to the county.
I kind of like the idea here.
I don't want to promote residences.
Right.
I want to promote agriculture.
Yep. I also like the idea, and I know that the county didn't have this in their language because I talked to them after, or I talked to Luke after it. But I wouldn't be opposed to it turning into some kind of extraordinary Central Park type true park, not not developed, or an actual pathway, but largely unchanged, where you can go out and listen to birds or whatever. I mean, just something that stops it from being developed. And I know that the language right here doesn't really support that, but uses that are either mostly non-developed, but mostly non-developed public access, which I think would be awesome, or agricultural first uses, and being smart about it. If somebody wants to buy a 10-acre thing and has a house there and they're going to farm it, that's fantastic. Or, 50, whatever they change the zoning.
I have a
to.
comment, and I think you're going in the right directions. There's a Swanner Preserve in Park City. That is a preserve. That is the only people that can go on that is if you're out there hiking, watching the birds, but birds, the elk, and so on, rather than it's a nature preserve. And if we're going to invest in something like that, I think that's what we need to invest in. But again, Aaron, I think it needs to be used by the people, because Swanner Preserve, hardly anybody goes out there unless you're on a field trip looking at birds. But it would be great to have trail system in there, interpretive signs and stuff like that, but created a preserve rather than agricultural, because again, let's preserve it for what it is. So
yeah, that's why I mentioned Central Park. I mean, I don't know if everybody on the council has been to New York Central Park. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it is amazing that the people back when they thought about doing that kind of preservation so far in advance that people can come out and there's some stuff there I wouldn't want to see. There's little coffee shops and stuff like that, but there are many things that are fantastic, little ponds and walking trails and hills and, people out there throwing the Frisbee with the dog and having lunch with for picnics. Just, I think it'd be amazing.
So one
It's not
thing,
strictly the only thing. I just want to make sure we don't limit that out.
when Luke came to me and asked me about this for about a 20-minute call, I had suggested that we add and that the county ask us to add that we don't just put it in the MOU. We've got to put it in our annexation policy plan. MOUs are like pie crust promises. They can easily be broken. The only way that it can really stick is if it's in our annexation policy plan, which means we'd have to open that up and cause hearings and so forth to add it in. But that's the only way that it's really going to stick. Tony.
I think there's actually something more that's superior to our annexation plan, and that would be an interlocal agreement that is binding. And so that if either the city or the county gets a wild hair and decides, hey, we're going to rezone this for Costco, the other one says, you know what, this is binding. We'll see you in court if you think you're going to rezone this or annex it.
Add the binding language to the whole MOU or to just this particular phrase.
I
or
would be
clause?
in support of doing a new agreement and calling it an interlocal agreement that's binding, and we adopt new terms for what happens if we violate it. What does it mean by agriculture or residences? And we dig down and be very specific, like you talked about, like this little polygon, we're going to spend money and the county's going to put their money there too. The rest of the North Fields, we're not necessarily going to put our money there, but we all agree that we're going to not rezone it and develop it either.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was looking at Jeremy.
I don't know.
because This is a guideline. This is not a binding.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's issues that we agree to, like development agreements where we do bind future city councils. But that gets very questionable when we're binding future city councils to policy decisions, such as we will never annex this, or, I think there's certain things that we could have in a binding agreement. Like we agree that, we'll put our money in here if you guys will match it. And, if we didn't, then the agreement would just terminate, but we're going to have to think seriously about whether or not we can have certain language in here that binds future city councils indefinitely to, policy decisions.
Could it be achieved, Jeremy, by an agreement to change the zoning in such a way that it redraws some boundaries, some maps that kind of stop development? So for instance, it makes a belt zone around the outside and we all agree to buy the belt zone, for instance, or, it cuts it up into weird triangles that aren't developable and we buy every other one so that there's the rest just I'm being serious though. Like, is there a way to do it to buy them and own them in a conservation easement such that it doesn't matter? There's just nothing else that can be done.
If we get a patchwork of properties in there that we have purchased and that have conservation easements, it's going to be much harder to develop the rest of it because you're not going to be able to get roads and locations and all that. Again, I do think there could be certain things that we could say we're willing to commit to this as long as the county commits to this, and if the county violates it, then we're withdrawing our commitment as well. Like we will commit to put our preservation funds there as long as the city, retains the existing, I don't know what it is, probably 20 acre per unit zoning. Yeah. And if they ever rezoned it down, then we wouldn't have to commit to putting our money in there. So
That's kind of an all or nothing approach. So Jeremy, it seems
yeah,
like.
I mean, I think we're just going to have to think about what we're going to have to look at it.
Well, the first step is this. Then the second step to me is the annexation policy plan. Then the third step is what Tony's saying, because then the county should say, hey, you've acted in good faith. Yes, we will agree to this, this, and this. If we try to go to Tony's thing first, I'm afraid it'll be a lot longer and harder.
Maybe steps.
Yeah.
I have a question then for Jeremy. You're saying that, there is no,
the inability to bind future councils, that's something that you would not suggest. However, if we look at Legacy, Legacy Highway down in Salt Lake City, there was a 20-year length of time where there was no development, and then it perpetuates, and then once that 20-year time is up, then it's presented once again. Is that not how Legacy works? Where there's a protective easement on either
And again,
side?
there's definitely times where we bind future city councils. I mean, development agreements are a perfect example. We're binding it, for the next 30 years, we're approving something and it's approved, it's moving forward. But basically when you just say, hey, we're going to set a policy that no future city council can ever consider annexing this, I think that gets problematic, and we need to look at that.
Where instead, if we bought it and put it into easement,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
not a decision.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, if we
I'm not
buy
saying never.
easement-
I'm saying, what if we put a time frame on it?
Yeah. So I think
Within,
there could
even
be-
then, we can't do that if we put 30
I
years?
think there's ways that we could look at doing it. I think
Yeah.
indefinitely.
So like
binding
in
future
30
city-
years from now,
And
Heber
again,
City
I
or
think if we
Wasatch
do it-
County, but until then, we are essentially binding each entity from allowing any type of future growth or annexations, I should say, annexations in that property. And then in 30 years, whichever council's there, we're all dead and gone. If they'd come together and say, hey, do you want to do something? No. Do you? Well, maybe. Then they can discuss it. That's all I'm asking. Can we do something like that? A 30-year limit or 20?
Something similar to that. I'm not sure
Yeah.
exactly that. but
I don't
think
know how to
we-
say it with lawyer speak. I'm just asking. Yeah.
I'm just saying that we need to look at it.
Yes.
Think about whether or not we
Okay.
think that it's defensible to,
That would be my
what
only
commitments we're
little tidbit
making
on
and what
that
we're
then.
giving in exchange.
Yeah, my feedback generally would be, thank you for talking so far, bringing something back. I think the map's wrong. I have no interest as a Heber City Council to putting our preservation funds to the further west side of that court. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. That's not what we're trying to preserve. It is the Northfields. I'm not saying it's not valuable. That's not the risk I think that we have. I think that's going to be 20-acre ranch style homes forever and ever. I think, and I think that's awesome. I'm really worried about everything that comes next to that highway. That's where I'm worried. I'm trying to have a developer mindset and saying, if there's a brand new road, there's a lot of incentive to build something.
So
And be
here's
really
here's-
annoying about it until
here's what
somebody
I've
agrees.
heard. Here's what I'm going to report back to the county is one, match dollar for dollar. One, two is everything east of the corridor, wherever it ends up at, and running a little bit to the north along Highway 40. Three, not promote residences, eliminate residences. Perhaps 5 or 4 provided in the annexation policy plan, and the map's wrong. We'll get that corrected. Those are the 5 I've got. Did I capture the essence of your ideas?
Yeah, and I think if we need to get a little group together to talk about it and make faster progress, I'd be happy to be on that group.
Okay,
It's helpful.
I hope I can be somewhat accurate here, just given with my experience on the Open Lands Board. You're looking at close to $100 million of property there, given the current accesses and amount of acreage. Conservation easements are usually half the value of that. Of course, there's a lot of existing residents there too, where it could, increase the cost for any conservation easement. So until we get our arms around funding what you guys are talking about, I'm not quite sure how realistic, the whole wonderful Central Park idea is, or, even buying parts. You see what I mean? It is a ginormous project. About a third, right? Not quite a third of the Northfield. So I'm just saying it's not going to be a simple thing to fund. That's all.
I still think it's worth putting some language together right now, though, Mayor, that says, hey, listen, Heber City's not trying to be up there. We're being on paper about it. Like, we really aren't trying to be up there. Please, county, please don't do this. Please do the same. We're both worried about this. We both want to limit this. We both want to make something better here. We want to be intentional. We can't,
That's all we can do.
we're probably going to end up with a bypass. We're probably going to hate where it is. And we want to be as intentional as we can about minimizing the impact.
Well, and that's exactly how Central Park started, was exactly that way with the discussion in that direction. So, yeah.
So can we, When's our next joint meeting with the county? Do we have any idea about that date yet?
My understanding is, excuse me, they had changed the format of the interlocals to have they have on the bookends, everyone invited, and then in between that would be the joint meetings between you and the county. So the next one with the county would be, I think, midsummerish.
That's probably a really good idea to be on the interlocal because of Mike's idea that the whole county should help pay for this and not just
Mhm.
Heber City, so to speak.
Mhm.
And so I'm suggesting that we take whatever we can develop at that point to the interlocal and get more feedback and see if we can get more participation.
Mhm.
You know, Midway was willing to annex into the North Fields to
Mhm.
try to protect it. They have 2 open space bonds. We're waiting on the well-being survey results to see if Heber City wants
Mhm.
an open space bond. So I'm just saying, let's kind of try to gear up for those joint meetings, everybody, and be sure to get that on the agenda and hopefully make some progress before that. Is everybody good to move on? Okay, we've got an hour and 10 minutes before we should close. Thank you. So now we're back to the action items, everyone, and the first action item, everyone, is labeled Ordinance 2026-05, but it's really Ordinance 2026-07. So if you want to make any motions on that ordinance number 1, it's 2026-07, and it is to repeal section 18.122 fee schedule and to amend 18.52.040 area width, height, and setback requirements to adopt residential rear yard setback exemptions. Jamie, please.
Thank you.
Before you start, do we have a property owner attached to this one? Do we have somebody here that's a public owner that's here?
So this is a city sponsored, but we do have at least one property owner who's looking at this, yes.
I don't see perhaps that particular person online.
It's right here.
We have,
It's right there in
we have
front of
one
us.
here and there's another one. There's 2 property owners that I know who are very closely watching this.
I was gonna potentially ask that we just move this to another meeting, but I don't want to do so if we've had people sitting here, so never
Yeah.
mind.
Of course.
So can you just open the PC recommended? We'll just go down to that. Nope, next document down. Down, very last document on that item. Up with your mouse, 2 slots or 2 spots. That's all right. You're good. Okay. Where's mouse? Yeah, so this is a bit of a mouthful in terms of the ordinance. We're amending a few things. First of all, we're just repealing a section of the code that refers to fees that aren't applicable and that contradict the consolidated fee schedule. So that's just a complete repeal. We don't use that fee schedule for anything. The second portion of that is really what I think you want to talk about, and that's a setback exemption or an allowance for a piece or a structure to go into the setback. There are 2 property owners who are looking at that. One of them is up on Valley Hills Drive. I may get it wrong. It might be Boulevard. I think it's Drive. Who wants to do an addition, but needs to go in 2 feet into the setback. And I know that they've talked to some of you as a council. And then the other property owner here is also looking at a lot, an R1 lot that, based on the shape of it and the setbacks, it's kind of a harder lot to develop. So what we received from the council was the desire to bring this forward. We went to the planning commission and had a conversation about it. There's four requirements. So let me just read this to you. It says the rear setback exception, a portion of the house, including covered and uncovered decks, may extend up to 5 feet beyond the rear setback line with the following requirements. When this was initially proposed to the planning commission, they were looking at 10. The planning commission said, let's go down to 5 feet. And we'll have more of a conversation about this in just a second. The conditions are: 1, the height of the extension beyond the setback does not exceed 1 story. Originally, it was just it doesn't go taller than the existing roof structure or existing home, whatever it is, right? It can't be, you can't have that part that extends any higher than the house. 2, the total area of extension, any accessory buildings, the extension and the accessory buildings don't cover more than 25% of the rear yard, which is what we do right now for accessory buildings. The length of the house extending beyond the setback can't be more than 50% of the length of the house. So whatever the backyard is, no more than 50%. We're not giving just a carte blanche 10-foot exception. That would just be changing the setback. So it has to be a certain portion. And then required separation from any accessory buildings is maintained. Right now, that's 12 feet. If that's something you want us to revisit, we could. I've seen other cities where we do 8 feet, but that's a different code amendment for a different day. So when we went to the planning commission, they had a lot of conversation about looking at, again, it was 10 feet was the exception, and then the height was basically you can't be taller than the building itself. And they came down to 1 story and 5 feet. The concern was if you had a 2-story home and they made a portion of this, they didn't want it looking into other lots. We had lots of conversation about that. The other is they felt 10 feet was maybe too much. There's an interesting conversation depending on where you're at with your house. I'll use my neighborhood for example. If I look at my house, I have roughly somewhere in the realm of 5 to 8 feet that I could go before hitting my rear yard setback. For me personally, right? 5 feet could work for me. I have neighbors in the same area where, based on the house plan that they have, that was pre-signed by self-help and others, they're right at their setback, and so 5 feet probably isn't enough for them to do much at all. So you have to weigh in that balance of saying where is that. But the planning commission ultimately settled on 5 feet. And then again, the extension just to be 1 story. So I'm looking for your feedback, but this is what's been proposed by the planning commission, and that's what's before you. Our recommendation is to approve it with or without modifications, I think, but we want to have discussion and see where you go.
Okay, council, any questions, comments?
I have comments.
Go ahead.
I like this, except I think it needs to be 10 feet. And the reason why is because I did a lot of structural engineering for years and years and years. So I got a lot of people coming in saying, hey, I want to put a roof over my deck or a roof over my patio. And my first thing I said is, look on Google Earth, you're on your rear setback. You can't do that. You cannot put a roof over your patio or your deck because you're already on your setback and the roof is disallowed. Very common, but I'll just use Tint Meadows for an example. You know, they're 80 by hundreds or 100 by hundreds. And most homes are right at the 30-foot setback in their rear yard. And then they have a deck or a patio. So that's what most people want to do. What they can do, they can't do that, but they can build right now they can build a 2-story ADU back there that's 20 foot by 35 feet.
It's 27 feet tall as well.
27 feet tall, or they can put a garage with an apartment above it. They can do that in their 30-foot setback. The whole setback can be used. They have to be 12 feet from their house.
And 5 feet from the property line.
5 feet from the property line. But they could put a pretty large structure back there. It's limited to 25% of the yard. So if I have a 100-foot Tint Meadows yard, 100-foot wide, and my house is on the 30-foot setback, I've got 30 by 100. So I got 3,000 square feet. 25% of that's 750. So I can build a 750 square foot structure, but I can't put a roof over my deck. I think you ought to be able to do either. And so this, if we allowed the 10 feet thing, most people can put a deck or a patio or an extension like Brett wants to do, Brett Anderson, or his neighbor. But if once I do that or they do that, they've cut into their 25%, and 2, they've pushed their 12-foot thing even further back. So it's kind of going to be an either or. You can either do an ADU or a detached building, or you can bump your house out 10 feet or put a roof on your deck or put a roof on your patio. I don't even see a point in doing this if we're just doing 5 feet. It doesn't help. It helps Brett Anderson. That's it. It's too narrow to be. It's too narrow to do anything.
And the reason, and I'm not saying you do
that's my argument.
What was the planning commission worried about with the 10?
Ultimately, they were just worried about structures being too close to the property line. The conversation you just brought up about having an ADU 27 feet tall, 2 stories, 5 feet from the property line, like that was debated. There was one or two planning commissioners who were really concerned about it, but then having that conversation come up. Ultimately, what they settled on something they felt like they could agree and send to you. Ultimately, that's where they
Yeah,
settled.
it was a compromise.
Yeah, it was compromise between themselves. But that debate did happen and say why. In fact, part of that was because of the height. The conversation was, well, if 5 feet off property line, you can have an ADU, detached ADU above a garage, and it meets all the criteria. And it can look down at someone's property. Like, why should we do this? That discussion was. And the only reason I brought up mine was to say, like, for me, if whether some, it may help some. If you're at 30 feet, 5 feet's not much. If you're just going to do a small patio that's not even requiring or patio a deck that's not going to require any sort of fall safety, meaning it's not high enough off the ground that needs probably a permit or something. There's no reason you even need this, right? But to do 5 feet with covered or any sort of thing that's really considered a structure, most people wouldn't even consider that. So that's why I say that's the conversation worth having. I think is for you guys.
Yeah, you brought one more thing up. If I'm putting a deck and it's kind of dropped, I can't put a deck out if it's more than 30 inches.
Yeah,
I
if
can't have a
it's-
deck that's 4 feet tall out
correct.
off the ground. It's because it's in the setback and it's not allowed. Only if it's 30 inches or less.
Yeah,
So
and
that's
then
another thing that could be allowed.
there is an exception to that, and that's a state code thing, but it's very limited to, I can't remember how many square inches or feet. And basically that just means you have to, you can have a landing out and go down, but it's very narrow, very small square footage.
Okay, so we've got the 5 feet or the 10-foot discussion right now, but what I'm concerned about is the rear setback exceptions number 3. It says overall length of the house. And you said the back side of the house, right? So I think it needs to say back side of the house because people can have different frontages or different side lengths or different back lengths. And unless you specify front, side, or back, you're going to run into a mess trying to implement that. And
Great.
people will want the largest amount.
Great comment. Yeah. Sometimes we look at this so often that sometimes we miss little things that I'm grateful you picked that out. So I think it just means the length of the rear of the home. We can change that.
To the back side
Yeah.
of the house.
That was always the intent.
Okay, I just think it needs to be clarified because you can see what owners are going to do. And they're going to say, well, my front is so much bigger than my back. Remember those triangle type houses, on Mill Road that kind of come in like this? Are they going to try to count, not that they're in the city, but would they try to count both sides to that triangle back side? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
We kind of need to think about that.
Whatever side it is.
We can easily clarify it. The intent of this has always been the rear of the yard. We can change that really quickly to just say the length of the house extension can't be more than 50% of the rear. We can easily.
Rear, back, front. I don't know if you say frontage or the length.
Just the rear length
rear
of the home.
length of the home. So given what Mike also just said about people building ADUs and all that stuff, does that mean that they can have a 2-story deck roof with this?
The way that this is written right now, the answer is no. It's limited to 1 story.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But the prior version was yes, because maybe somebody is either adding onto their home and they have 2 stories, or they are building a deck on the second story.
Balcony on top of a deck is what I mean.
They could, not on this, the way this is written. Yeah, not at 1 story.
Because the usable space on the roof isn't
Yeah.
usable.
However, in an accessory building, say it's a garage and ADU, they could have a walkout deck out there. Yeah. So
But they also have to have a drive on the one side
Yeah.
of the house, and that can tie into
Have a rooftop deck too.
issues.
yeah.
I think you're right, Mike, that 10, I mean, the fact of the matter is so many of them are built at setback. 5 doesn't help. 10 might help somebody do something that increases living space in a way that doesn't appreciably change their impact on their neighbors. There's probably a lot of unintended consequences on this one too, but it seems like it could make sense.
Is anybody ready to make a motion yet, or do you want further discussion?
Can we make a motion
Or
where?
can I
does that have
go to
back
public
planning
comment?
again?
Can we go to public comment?
We can go to public comment.
Okay, let's open it up for public comment, please, and
Change it
sir,
from
feel
5
free
to
to
10. Do
come
we have to
forward.
send it back to planning?
No, No, I don't think so. It's already been through there and they did discuss the 10 and they have their findings. I think we can make the final
Jordan
recommendation.
Moss, like he talked about, my wife and I bought a lot over in the orchards to build a house, and it's kind of an odd shaped lot. And because lots in Heber City are small, it's pretty difficult to build a house. 30-foot front and 30-foot rear only allows you about a 30-foot house. You can't put a garage. You can't, I mean, you're very limited to the size of the house you can put. Adding another 10 foot or encroaching 10 feet or more into that would be amazing for, I mean, has anybody bought a lot lately in Heber City? You know how much they are? It's a small fortune, $300,000. And now to say, I just forked out all this money and I can't even build a house on it because the area is so small. Adding 10 feet would allow, oh yeah, now I can build the house I want to build instead of having to go back to the drawing board, spend another $10,000 to find another house. Just makes sense. What's that?
Excuse me. Are you fine with the changes that have been expressed by the council members?
Yeah,
I mean, is this
I'm
good?
not okay with the 5 foot because like everybody said, it doesn't do any good.
Yeah.
10 foot allows me to say, okay, now I can put extend my kitchen. So instead of having a 5-foot kitchen, I can add some more into the kitchen space or bedroom or something else. So yeah, I'm in favor of, and my situation, yes, it has a covered deck, not a deck, but it's a patio with a cover over it. The old language, I couldn't have that because it extended into that setback. This would allow me to say, okay, now I can put a covered over a concrete patio, but I can cover it into that area. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come forward for a public comment? All right, let me just check online really quick. Is there anyone online that would like to come off mute and give a public comment?
I think the answer to this is no, because of the setbacks already, but do we need to say something like, unless it encroaches on utilities? Or unless it, are there things we need to specifically carve out?
Just a second. Okay, Trina, is there anybody online? Let's see, who would that? Okay, CP, please come off mute and it's your turn for the public comment. 3 minutes, please. CP, do you want to give a public comment on ordinance 2026-07? They went back. CP, can you come off mute to give a comment? You had your hand raised. Okay, very good. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Anybody else coming off mute? I will close the public comment. Back to you, Jamie.
I was just going to answer any questions you had. I think Councilmember Cheatwood had a question that I have an answer for.
It'd be a public utility easement.
Do we need to do anything to carve out ways that this might not apply if it's,
No. So a couple things here. One is this amendment applies to the R1, R2, and R3 zones. And each of them have somewhere in the realm of 20 to 30 foot rear yard. The public utility easement in a rear yard is typically 10 feet, 5 feet on the sides. So this would not encroach in any of those. Typical standard is if it does encroach in a PUE and it's a permanent structure or anything of that nature, we require this with we try to require this with the accessory buildings. Is if they're going to encroach in that, then they need to just get something from the PUE saying public utility. So usually Heber Light Power, somebody that they're not going to affect them. So
that would already be under ADU though, right?
correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said.
Yeah. This wouldn't, I'm saying this wouldn't, yeah, this wouldn't be an issue.
I'll make a motion.
And then please remember the back length of the home and then the 10 feet. Thank you. And the 07 on the ordinance.
What about 07?
It's 2026-07. It was misnumbered.
Oh, the ordinance. Okay.
05,
I make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2026-07 as presented with two minor changes. One is we will change the the 5 feet will be changed to 10 feet for the encroachment in the rear yards exception. And also we will state that the length of the house extending beyond the setback may not be more than 50% of the overall rear length. The rear length, I guess that's what you want, right? The overall rear length of the house.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Second? Second.
Should we say rear
Fun.
wall instead?
What? Rear wall instead of rear length?
So the reason I say that is, does rear length with a deck that goes around it increase the length?
Well, I think how it's written is actually correct. The length is from far right side to far left side. That's the length. Or you could call it width, whatever you want to call it. It's
The width is this way, the length is this way.
It could be width. We could change
generally
that.
width is the shorter distance and length is side to side. So to me, that reads correctly. Do you think so? I think it reads correctly too.
Further discussion? We've got the motion in the second. All right,
Question, just so you're clear, the way I heard the motion is there's no change to provision number 1 as to allow for the extension to be higher than the 1 story.
Yeah, I'm going with 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Sounds good.
Yep. And then the change is the up above, right? That it would be.
Change is 5 feet, changes to 10 feet.
Yep. And that's in R1, R2, R3, and then the number 3 on the exceptions on the wording. Okay, are you ready for voting? Go ahead, Sid.
Yes.
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 Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to turn it over to Matt Brower. Number 2, authorization to 1, utilize a mod truss system to create a backdrop wall for the main stage, and 2, purchase the system. Go ahead, Matt.
Tony, I sent you an email, might have been Jamie, a couple hours ago. Can you try to bring that up? And also the pictures for the staff report. I'm going to tag team this with Phil Jordan, who you all know.
Good evening.
He has been assisting me on this project, has been a great help. He has extensive experience in these types of things in a previous life. And so I've very much been benefiting from that.
Can I say, on his own dime, he's put a lot of work into this, and thank you, Phil.
Yes.
Thank you.
Council, the main stage, as you know, was a key feature of the Phase 1 park improvements. It opened in June of 25 and hosted a full schedule of summer concerts. Due to the delay in getting the project done, we were unable to get a backdrop installed. We had considered numerous possibilities from folding doors to LED panels, and recently came across this new product called a mod truss backdrop. In fact, Phil, I think you or Sid actually came across it, I believe.
Actually, it was one of the vendors that we've asked to work for us, Scenic Solutions in Linden, Utah.
That's right. The value of this particular solution is that it is cheaper, it's got more utility to it, and it can adapt to future technology. It's lighter, the bar can be put up and taken down as opposed to having a heavy beam that you got to weld up, that's permanent. Tony, can you show the couple pictures? Let's start with signs 1, 2, 3, 4. So here's some examples of the system. You can't really see the truss system, but the truss system is being used here to hold that backdrop up. Go to 2, please. Again, that same truss system is being used to hold those 2 up.
Is the truss system all of that metal, including those X bars below?
So just for this drawing, I think this was actually, Matt, a demonstration of the mesh fabric that we're thinking about for the backdrop material.
Only 3
Tony,
and
could you
4 is the
tab
mod
in
truss, I think.
another picture for a minute? There we go. So this is a newer product. As you can see, it's relatively lightweight considering what most trusses are. Just the recognition that truss, as the term would define, is either in architectural structure where you're seeing a combination of metal elements that will then create essentially a support, like you'd see on a trestle bridge, right? In the application for entertainment, we see essentially a lot of horizontal cords or pipes that are then connected by cross-hatching of material. That will typically be weight bearing according to its size. So something that would give something a really good weight for us would be normally
16 or 20 or even 22 or 24 inches by 16 by 20 by 24 inches. This material you're looking at here is actually achieving the superior strength in something that's about 10.5 to 11 inches. So we do see a lot of good solid weight and structure in this element, which is why also it can be used in the expanse you're seeing here of going beyond a normal 16 or 17 or 20-foot length. Our length in our theater, in our main stage, from point 1 to point 2 of being in the right position for our backdrop is 42 feet long. So that would require multiple elements. This element can be fabricated as essentially one piece. We're recommending, however, it is broken into multiple pieces. So in fact, over, if I can, Matt, in a future that this material, which would be colored to match the steel we have now in our stage, so it would look of the same color, but you can see here it has a different texture or different feel than we would have. And certainly with the design that Sid, you had a lot to do with in terms of designing our main stage, it's going to look a little weird in the way in which it will be put in place, but the color will be right. For here and for now, it's a reasonable solution. It's a cheap solution. It's a structurally sound solution. But over the years ahead, we may say, let's go get a real steel beam like the ones we made and actually put it in place. And this vendor's given us a price for that. And you might imagine that's going to take 6 to 9 months, which will then mean that we won't have it this summer. And that's part of the reason we're here tonight with you, is to get this forward for this summer with this material. But also, it's going to be about 3 to 4 times as expensive as this opportunity here. So we're presenting this as potentially a long-term, but certainly a short-term solution. It will look the right color, but texturally it may look different. But if it were to be then removed, it can be repurposed for other entertainment work that we would do as a city in other locations, because it in fact is portable material. So that's why we're presenting mod truss as a, essentially say, not a sole source, but as a single solution to our problems right now, or our opportunities right now.
Could it be resold? I know part of it's like, part of it is an
The truss
installation
could
of
be
an anchor.
resold. You do take a warranty issue when you do not buy it from a manufacturer, and it may have been, let's say, misused, and you need to have an engineer approve it, but it can be resold. Yeah.
Excellent.
Perhaps I overstepped, Matt,
No,
but that's
fantastic.
the
So,
reason why we've chosen mod truss.
Essentially, the ask tonight, council, is twofold. One is we want to get your approval for leveraging this mod truss system for the backdrop system at the main stage. That's one. Two is we want to get authorization to purchase this because it's currently not within the fiscal year 26 budget. After we, of course, comply with the city's procurement policy, which we've got to get 3 quotes. We were initially of the understanding that there was a single vendor in the entire state and it could be sole sourced. We don't believe that's the case anymore, so we got to go out and get at least 2 more quotes. We're hoping to have this installed before the summer market season. If we get this ordered by the, what is it?
We're looking for approval on April 9th in 2 days.
In 2 days, we can get this up before the summer season. So we got some work to do. If you approve this, we got to get 2 more quotes to make sure that we are meeting the city's procurement policy, and then of course getting it ordered should you approve this system.
Do you have someone in mind already that you're considering?
So Scenic Solutions came to the table with the design solution that we gave them the parameters. And in fact, we've created with them within a parameter of small cost to be able to provide a drawing that then we can go out to bid. So we have just received that drawing today. In fact, Tony, I think it's in our packet. Did you? So. Yeah, could you go and find us there some PDFs on the
This is what I don't understand. We already have a roof.
Yeah,
We already have
that's
lighting.
what we're about to show
Aren't
you,
we
I
just
think.
needing the screen?
This will do that.
You
We have to do all 4 poles and the top.
No, I think that's why we need the drawing. I think we sent it to site. It's a
An email
PDF from
just a couple
Scenic
hours
Solutions.
ago to Jamie, who was sitting there. I don't know. Actually, I sent it to Jamie's email. That's why you probably can't see it. Let me send it to you.
While you're pulling that up, you mentioned the beam solution was 3 times as expensive. I don't see that.
Yeah,
Is that
I believe well, let's see what's in that quote, but
I see a beam solution. I just see 30,000 instead of 24,000.
I need to see the quote. My memory of it was significantly more. Let's go down a little further.
You think about
And
it,
let's keep going down further.
those beams,
And
the
keep, let's
trusses.
go right there.
are
I'm sorry, go
solid.
back up.
They're out of steel that,
There we are.
you build skyscrapers out of.
Nope,
This
the roll
is
drop.
a unique
Try and find
situation
doors.
and
Go up a little bit.
unique design.
And a little bit.
Yeah, it's so.
There we go.
Is thinner steel? I didn't hear that question.
It couldn't be, I mean, it's lower to the ground, so to get the same visual effect, it could be significantly thinner.
When it's on its way to planning.
Well, this is definitely thinner. This is just because of the structural. And here's a structural engineer sitting right here that understands it better than all of us.
Bill, can I ask a question that you've mentioned, not necessarily with this project, but with the other amphitheater project? Sometimes you have reminded us that it's in our benefit to not own the stuff that needs to be put up, whether it's the lighting or the
Yeah,
speakers.
we often will rent structures like this truss I'm discussing as normal truss. It would be, for it to be able to span this length, it would be certainly bigger. Yeah, and we.
Be a reason that we wouldn't want to just include this in a future bid with whether it's a CAMS or a something like that to say, hey, we expect you to.
Well,
to use some of your funds from your ticket sales to
I think
purchase a backdrop.
The answer to that would be, we typically would rent those solutions for something that's going to be a 2-day or 3-day or 1-week festival. Anything that goes beyond, say, the 3 to 5 week period, we start looking at purchasing because we're losing money in the long term. And the labor of taking it up and putting it down, and it basically outweighs putting it up and taking
Easier,
it
but
down.
it's still enough labor that
Right.
adds up
So
too much.
in let's say an amphitheater or doing an event where you're renting a stage, we would highly recommend you do it for the season, which would be just June through September, let's say, and then you sort of you invest the labor to take it up and take it down, typically because you don't have control of this. This is our permanent venue, which we build. The element we're talking about is a single truss
It's finally showing
that
here,
fits
not the big
right
box.
into the roof structure.
Go to the very top one. One more.
And
There you
let's
go.
go up a little bit. There we go.
Okay.
So it's a single element. It's to be supported with some rigid connections that you're seeing there, very lightweight. It'll be given its torsion strength of what we call up and down stage, so as it's flexing away into the audience. Its weight's going to be supported by the actual structure, which was actually engineered initially as we prepared to build this. We worked with theater planners to make sure that our structure was strong enough to support that. And some other solutions you've seen where we've got a door assembly that could be a backdrop, and we've actually got quotations from this vendor to provide that if we wanted to at another time. What we wanted to do most importantly tonight is show you that this piece of the project could then have additional types of backdrops in some future, but this is actually structurally now purchased, is our proposal, and installed as part of the permanent main stage. Then, as part of our proposal this evening, we wish to purchase a mesh vinyl drop that would hang from that this season, that would have our America 250 logo or our city logo, or we could also put additional logos on that for red, white, and blue or other types of projects. And typically what we would see is that would last for a year or 2 years, and then we'd replace it. That material is going to be roughly 10 feet. There's, I believe, a drawing if you keep going through. Let's keep going.
Why wouldn't we just do a solid color and project those images up onto
There we
it?
go. Let me just finish that if I can. So this is a detail of what we're actually going out to bid as well. You can see it's roughly 10 feet tall, or is 10 feet tall. It's about 32 feet or 36 feet wide. And that would mean that we'd be able to walk around it as we're actually on the stage, and would provide a visual backdrop for the season of the year, and could remain year round, although it's our proposal that we take it down during the winter, and can be replaced to be 1 year at a time. So going back to your question, projection systems are really great when we're looking at a time of day being in the summertime, generally after 10 o'clock at night. We also see a significant reflection from the stage floor coming up onto the projected surface, which is why we generally will have a no man's land of about 8 to 15 feet between the subject we're looking at and that, so we're not getting reflection and we are distorting the projection. We did look initially, Matt actually sent this out for bidding. Our projection system would be approximately $50,000 to $100,000, and you'd need to put a year-round enclosure in it. And it was probably in the order of magnitude of about 150 to 250,000 for the projector.
Can you do it already and having the answer ready?
thing, Aaron, is okay, during the day, we usually have the concerts. At night, it's great, right? But during the day, you need a special time
Makes
post.
sense.
This fabric does present some issues with wind. So rather than a solid vinyl surface, we're going with what we usually will do in an outdoor environment, which is a mesh material that has a porosity for wind, so the wind can pass through it. When you're looking at it during the sun, generally it'll be opaque to you when you're lighting it from the front. However, during the day, we're going to see some light behind it. If you tab back to some of the pictures, you're going to see the banner wrapping that was on some of the previous images were during the daytime, and you'll see a light sort of vision of there we go. So if we were to zoom on this, I just want to make sure your expectations are real, that we'll still see through some of this to what we call C Street or whatever goes behind it. But on the other hand, I think we'll have what we need. Typically at night, it's opaque with no light behind.
Yvonne. So two things, questions. So the scenic solutions, we're not giving them. We're putting it out because we thought originally that scenic solutions was the
First quote.
only.
That
We
is the
thought they
first
would
quote.
comply to our sole source ordinance by being the only provider of mod truss. We come to find out when we called mod truss, there are 3 other dealers, and we're
There's
talking to them
three
as to
others.
whether or not they're fabricators. There's a distinction between buying mod truss and putting it up, and buying mod truss and modifying it to put it in place. There's a distinction. So now Scenic Solutions is understanding that they're in a waiting position. They're going to be essentially getting 2 quotes to be able to see if their pricing is right.
Okay. Okay.
Also,
And
just
then-
for you to know, in this pricing, the bottom of the drop is going to swing. There are 4 attachment points in this bid that would be foldable that are actually in the new stage background, the stage floor. So we're going to be installing those, and that they would essentially be able to attach the drop to them as well. That's in the bid. Yeah, they're a common item that we can buy, and they're installed by the installer.
So yeah, that's what the other question was going to be. So it's attached to the bottom with what? It's not
floor.
another truss.
No,
There's like something.
It's the floor. So
just-
the drop will come down, we'll have a pocket, we'll insert a pipe, and then we attach the pipe in 4 locations to the floor of the stage.
Okay.
So do we know what wind speed those attachments can last through?
So the engineering behind this, which is actually inside their bid, they're going to be doing structural engineering as well. That will essentially get us to a wind limit, and that wind limit, typically speaking, in an area like this, needs to be measured. We haven't got that data, but we can anticipate with what we have for the structure, the face that is going north-south, not east-west, helps us. I don't have a data point for you right now, but clearly, we generally see the mesh fabric, if it has substantial support on the sides, which this will have cables. It has support by attaching to the floor and attaches to our new mod truss. We think it could come up to essentially 40 to 60 miles an hour wind.
40 to 60, you said?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's
Anything
encouraging.
beyond that, we're going to want to take it down.
I totally understand. Last
If
question.
we have a tornado, we're going to take it down.
Oh, yeah. Well, then we're in
Or
trouble.
we'll forget it and we'll watch it rip. But nobody will be behind
How
it.
much room is open on the sides?
We're planning for approximately 6 to 8 feet, so you can actually walk around it with guitars and amplifiers and dancers.
So now that you know everything about this, here's one more question. Given where the green room door is,
Yeah.
okay,
Yep.
where will this be located?
So the green room door was scheduled to be upstage or behind it so people can access it without being seen. And that was part of our initial design.
6 to 8 feet, they're going to be seen.
There will be some screening that we'll need to provide. And I think some floor screens would be a good idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So given, I'm kind of wondering about the motion on this, okay?
Yeah.
You still need to get 2 quotes. We still need to find out which is the lowest quote. I don't know if we can do that in 2 days.
So I'm looking for two things from you. One is to approve the concept, and 2, authorize us to purchase it once we comply with the procurement policy. Because it's under 50,000, we only need to get 3 quotes. We've got 1, we got to get 2 more. This was not a budget item. It may not need a budget amendment. It's going to be tax monies, depending on what we actually spend out of that fund. We may not need an amendment, but we may. So I just want to make sure I'm clearly transparent with you that it may need an amendment later on.
Can I ask you to go through this sheet with us as fast as you can, as far as option 1, 3, whatever it is, so we know what
Sure.
you're looking at as far as your quotes. Oh, Sarah, did you have a question?
Actually,
Yeah,
in the
Phil, can
staff
you-
report, it's even easier.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Phil, can you clarify, have you paid any money yet for design work? Okay. Um, I think if we pay a company to do the design and specs, we cannot then use that company to get the 3 additional quotes for construction. That's,
Is that limited to a value? Is this small
I
cost?
don't know. I don't know.
That's
I'm-
my experience is it's under 50,000, so it's not a competitive bid environment.
Yeah, but you have not paid anything. You have not paid this company to do the design and
So originally, as you can see, let's go back to so the new structural support design at 4,296 included engineering. So we took that back to a place of just having a concept design, which they did at no cost to us. So that concept design will require the fabricator to do shop drawings and have structural design to those drawings. So typically speaking, when we're looking under discovery, we would create a design drawing and have the vendor bid to that. But then we share that with other competitors freely with all the dimensions and ask them to quote against that as well.
Yeah.
But we
And
did not spend any money on structural because that'll change based upon the vendor.
Okay. But to be clear, you have not paid anyone, you've not paid anyone to do it. You've not paid anyone to get a design
Correct.
okay.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Actually, I'm thinking about this motion, Heidi, and actually it's just approval of the mod trust concept because it's under 50,000. It's within my authorization, provided I comply with the procurement policy of getting the 3 quotes. So it's just actually approval of the system here.
I thought it was only above 75,000, not 150,000. So anyway,
Well, this is about 150,000.
yeah,
So
what I'm trying to say is, can we go up to a certain amount? Would that make it better, up to a certain amount?
well, we have
This is, 41,000 right now.
It can only go down. This could be the lowest bid. It can only possibly go down from here.
I'm not sure.
No, this is one of the 3 bids. So if the other
No,
2
we
bids
haven't,
come
we
higher.
haven't got the other bids yet. No.
This is one. We're gonna get 2 more.
Go higher. This is the lowest. It can only possibly go down from here.
Oh, I see what you're
that
saying.
was what I was about to say. So we have a quote here, and if we get quotes above that, then we have the quote we want. If we get quotes below that, then we will make sure it's a qualified quote and then go with the lower quote. So your maximum amount is what's in front of you today.
Okay, so you're looking for approval of a concept, and the council's going to wait to hear from you by Thursday or maybe Friday, right, on quotes, and then approve the lowest quote. Is that what you're asking for in the motion?
Yeah, I don't know if I need council authority for the lowest quote because it's within my budget authority based on the procurement policy. So really tonight is simply approving this concept plan for the main stage. We'd go ahead and get the 3 quotes. We'd make sure we comply with the policy and go with the lowest one. Because it's under 50,000, it's within my purview.
The only thing I don't have that I need in order to make the decision is because of the way option 1, item 3 is combined. I don't know what our recurring cost every 2 years is. The printing of the removable drop and the mesh vinyl itself is all part of that 24,000, and most of that isn't going to be respent. So how much is that part? Like, what are we committing ourselves to every 2 years for replacement?
It'd be the mesh. It'd be the mesh.
I have no idea what that is.
The mesh is
So the back,
It's not on here.
Have that quote
yeah,
yet.
so the backdrop image you saw that had the Heber City logo.
I know what the item is. I have no idea what it costs.
For just the mesh.
So let's be careful. Is it saying here, where are you seeing where it has to be replaced every 2 years?
You say that it starts to wear out every 2
No, I'm
years.
saying that it could be replaced every 2 years. It'll last for as long as it lasts outdoors. So I think it would be lasting maybe 8 to 10 years if you want it the way it is right now.
In 10 years, what's the cost? That's what I'm saying. In 10 years, it's not 24,000. Is it 18? Is it 4? Is it 2?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I have
So
no idea.
the mesh material backdrop is not broken out, but the significance of that, let's go through it, shall we? $4,296 is the design and engineering of the mod truss beam and its attachments, including of the hardware and attachments to it. Oh, by the way, we've made sure that Canyons Engineering, that is the engineer of record for the main stage, actually reviews how they are modifying or touching our building. And that is not part of this vendor's quote, and that's part of the work that we have actually discussed. So Sid, you want to just bring that up at this point, that we are engaging Canyons to review it?
Yeah, so they're responsible for the actual structure and we are, and they're just basically, they've over designed it, but they need to understand how that is connecting to that in their structure for liability from there.
Correct.
firsthand.
So that 4,296 includes the selected workshop, making the shop drawings for the mod truss and the installation hardware custom.
In the interest of
And
time,
in-
can I clarify my question? Because you're about to give me way more than I want. Number 3 says $24,000, and that's for the new truss beam and the 2026 drop. One of those things is printing of a removable drop and mesh banner vinyl. How much is that when we replace that? Because part of this is the new truss beam and installation, which we won't do. Is it a $2,000 cost? That's just, I'm sorry, I don't know where I'm getting.
We do not have the breakout cost. We asked them to put it into this number. It's a common item like that, in my opinion, and this is not within this quote, in my opinion, a mesh drop of that size with your decal and color images on it, as many as say 3 or 4 different logos, would be approximately 4,000 to 5,000.
Okay, that's all I was looking for. Thank you.
And that would be what you'd need to replace potentially every 8 to 10 years, or presumably every other year if you want to change your sponsors or your banners or your 250 logo.
With that in mind, I would vote to not put Heber 250. Leave the Heber logo and
So
leave the
the-
Heber logo and let it last longer.
So we actually think it would be a good idea for us to advance that work to Ignition Graphics right now. We would be in a position to have that information and actually go ready with photography ready, because that's what they do. They print these kind of banners that you're seeing.
Ignition.
Ignition would make the design and then bring it to you for approval. Every year, every month, whatever, for that. That's a changeable item of this project.
How much does it require? I mean, is it more than the 70?
That's what he was asking.
Oh, so
He
it's
thinks
just
it's
gonna
going to
be-
be 4,000 to 5,000.
He's saying we don't need to agree on the design tonight.
Yep.
It'll be 4,000 to 5,000. So it's
For any new
under
ones.
the amount that we would need to require for a
4 to
quote.
5,000.
I'm not sure, because I was asking for the equivalent. Because if we're going to just award it to someone who is actually technically, working for Heber City already, and we're
So
awarding.
Ignition Graphics would do the design work, and then it would go to this kind of vendor to fabricate. Ignition Graphics is not
So they're just-
fabricating.
I see what you're saying.
Ignition
Okay,
Graphics
I'm
is your
totally-
artist.
I appreciate
Sorry.
that. Thank you for clarifying.
No worries. But I would also encourage, if you wish to, on this mesh banner, you can apply other banners. So you could have the 250 on to the summer, take it off and leave that banner for 2 or 3 or 4 more years.
Kill it off or something.
Correct.
Gotcha. That's great news. Yeah.
I see.
Stand corrected. Sarah's telling me that council would have to approve the purchase of this.
That's
Okay.
kind of what I'm wondering.
So it needs to come back
there,
anyway.
Especially as
I
the
hope that
costs
you
keep
would
adding.
approve the
It's
purchase.
only because this is an unbudgeted purchase, right? If you had budgeted it, Matt could have authorized it, no problem, but because this is a new item, the threshold is much lower.
We need a motion to approve the mod trust system up to, call it
A low bid.
48,000 to give you a little bit of slush fund.
Thereabouts.
Should we go higher than that?
Okay, do you, say that one more time. Let's just make sure we're
Are we
good on
sure it won't
this.
go higher than that?
Yeah, that's the low bid. So you could get lower bids than
I
that.
see what you're saying. Whoever the bid is, it's whatever's lower or this.
But since it's not in there, we should give it a little slush so that we don't have to talk about it
Right.
again. Right? Instead of 41.8, come up with 45.
49.9.
Might want to go up to 49,000,
Okay.
just to be on the safe side. Again, if you're talking design, that will likely be outside this budget.
Outside this $40,000, less than $50,000 number, there are 2 costs that would be coming in. One is for your graphic design department, vendor of choice, Ignition Graphics being an example, to design what you'd like this year, next year, the following year, and then send it to somebody to make it. But here, he's ready, that's in the price to make it. We just need the design, but he's not designing it. We have to pay for that, whatever that is. And then we have Canyons Engineering to look at the mod truss installation to make sure that this vendor does not damage our stage. And that's a price that they've already given us.
They
And
have
that's-
already given it?
They've actually given us an hourly, not to exceed hourly price.
Mayor, in addition, I just need us to extend our meeting to.
I believe we were,
10:30.
you remember how Canyons was done at about maybe
All right, I need to
2000.
make a-
Sorry, hang on one second.
Sorry. we
There's a
need to-
motion on the floor to extend the meeting to 10:30. Is there a second? Okay, that's fine. Let's take the vote. Sid?
Yes. I said yes as well.
Thank you. That passes
Thank
5 to
you.
0. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you.
I was clarifying, he said the other cost was Canyons, which we estimated was $2,000 for them to come out and make sure.
I hope so. I hope so. So now add this all up. Add this all up.
The number, that is in it already.
That's in here.
So you were saying,
49.
do you want to make your motion now? And let's just see, Jeremy, if you think this will
I don't want to make
work.
the motion.
Well, then somebody's got to.
I'm of the opinion that the people that we contracted with should be providing
Okay,
this.
go for it. Do it.
That's my opinion.
Which people are those? The ones that built the main stage?
No, I'm of the opinion that if somebody's going to be programming this, they should figure out a backdrop.
The CAM should.
If it's CAMs, it is this year.
I see.
That's my opinion.
I see.
Camps wouldn't have any money to do this. That's the challenge.
It's important to them. They should have thought about it.
Okay.
That's my-
Is anybody ready to make a motion or
ready.
not? Go ahead.
I move that we authorize our city manager to follow our procurement policy to purchase a mod truss system and create a backdrop wall for the main stage. To follow option 1, which would be structural support design, support anchor install. Option 1 is the new truss beam and a backdrop. In addition to that, to get costs for our structural engineer to review the building integrity, and also to get design for the backdrop with an amount not to exceed $49,000 total.
You're going to 49,000? You went to 49, okay. Are we going to ask for quotes or?
Funded by tap tax.
Yeah, he said that.
I said, yes, I said follow the procurement policy.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sid. Any further discussion?
Karen, you're just sitting there. You obviously have something on your mind. Get it out, hurry.
No, I mean, I'm ready
minute.
to vote. The thing is, I feel like we told the citizens we weren't going to spend more money on the stage. I feel like we said it was ready, and if the people programming it think that it needs a backdrop, I think they should figure out how to build a backdrop. But I could see that it's used for other things, and so that's a somewhat short-sighted, a little bit of a cynical view. I understand that. So I'm fine to move forward
They'll be doing the 99% of the programming there, won't they?
this year at least, yeah. If it lasts multiple years, that has value. I get it.
How many years,
Good to vote.
how many years could this last?
Upwards to 10, isn't that what you said? Or 20 or 30 or what?
The mod truss and the structural beam and the floor anchors,
Forever.
absent of major weather issues or abuse by users, could last anywhere between 15 and 25 years.
Really, with color?
Plus, it's all covered, so it's not even going to get in the weather or the sun. It could last forever.
Because you talked about
20 years.
upgrading down the road to something more substantial. Yeah. Otherwise, it's good to stay for a long, long period of time.
To your concern, it was designed or thought to be part of design, but we had contractor issues with getting finished product in place. At that point,
That's why it's coming back.
We saved a lot more money by doing this. If we had this as a solution, then we would have done it. Most stages have the ability to hang a backdrop. This is an unusual.
It has
stage
to.
that has no backdrop.
Yeah, it has to. And again, like Phil said, we did design a backdrop to this, but because of budget numbers and stuff, we took it out and wanted to get the stage there.
Every show I've ever done, my producer gives me a backdrop and I have a place to hang it. That's what we do.
Yeah, it just makes it another step.
For staying, Phil.
Thanks,
Thank you for staying, Nick.
Are you trying to leave, Phil? I mean,
leaving.
don't,
Obvious.
tell us that you're trying to leave
Prep or
without
something.
tell us that you're trying to leave. I mean, you're inching over.
You're the first one I've ever seen do this, Phil, in
Closer.
13 years. I have to laugh just a little bit, okay? No, it's okay. It's okay. We're going to call for the vote. Sid?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, passes 5-0, and we'd appreciate any information that you can give us, Matt. All right, Nick Lopez is here to present on action item number 3, He's on the Post Committee. Request for tap tax funding for bronze plaque and park sign for private K. Pete Murdoch Jones Park.
Arnie, can you bring that picture up?
Thank you, Nick, for staying.
No, it's on the staff report.
Council, with all of the information we have in this item, I'm ready to make a motion on it already. Do we need a presentation?
Can he just say something for being here, please?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm Nick Lopez, Heber City. As you see in the photos that were sent in, these were kind of the initial design ideas, and there's actually two projects in one. We discussed this at the post meeting. So we'll go with the first one right here that's on the screen right here. This is Lance Corporal Blaine Welsh. He was the only Vietnam service member killed in action from Wasatch County during the Vietnam War. We were, I think it was the first year that that Matt was here, and we got the street 100 North as an honorary street named after him. And there's been a lot of discussion since then as people don't know who he is and how he relates to Heber City. And with all the new historical markers that are marking throughout the thing, it was discussed that possibly this would be placed something in front of his home. His home is still owned by his sister. The mother passed away, but it's kind of just off a block from the street. I suggested to post that maybe this be put on the corner of Main Street and 100 North, so that it would be, someone would be walking the grounds here, they see the street name there, they see the marker, they say, oh, this is a little brief story. And it's just a brief discusses who he was, when he was killed in action, who his parents were. He's a member of Wasatch High School, and it's a really nice marker with a photo of him and the Marine Corps emblem. And that would be it's proposed it's put on the corner right here, this property. The second one is, if you can scroll down, again, this was, I know that Ryan Burnell was working on a new Wayfair type sign for the city parks. And can you scroll back up, Tony? The sign. This is kind of what I kind of put together, and the idea was the front and the back, and the uncommon valor part it's big, but it doesn't have to be that big. And all that is a quote about the Battle of Iwo Jima. This is at the K.P. Murdoch Jones Memorial Park in the Wheeler Park neighborhood. This would be placed near the playground on the east side, with a raised flower bed with the natural sandstone around it. I've already offered to plant the flowers and maintain that flower bed if it's completed.
That's really good of you. I think the new design, though, doesn't have flowers.
I'm sorry?
I think the new design for Ryan Bonnell's signs don't have flowers.
Okay,
just the rock.
that is fine. But if they were going to put it, that was my offer. That's what I told Post, and would be willing to do that. So those are the two options. This Marine was killed. He and his brother, a little bit of brief history. He and his brother joined the Marine Corps together in World War II. They went to Guam, fought in Guam. They immediately left Guam and went to Iwo Jima, which is an iconic battle in the Pacific Theater in World War II. The two brothers landed on the beach together, and they, at that point, decided they needed to separate. They said to each other, "Mom's going to have a bad day, so let's separate." The one brother became a stretcher bearer. He survived the war. This gentleman, this young Marine, was part of a mortar crew, went inland, and was killed in action a day or two after they separated. He was originally buried on Iwo Jima, and then reinterred here in Heber City Park or Cemetery. So the two brothers, just kind of side note, just idea, the two brothers who their father survived and came here and raised a family. The two brothers, the Jones brothers, they have, during the monument building there's a monument in the corner of this park. In the monument building, they provided the concrete. They got the concrete donated. Their people did the flat work. We all went over there and put the flagpole in. There was $8,000 raised by a group of Marines that I work with. We incorporated a Eagle Scout, and he was able to get with the city and come up with another $1,500 that we had ran short. I personally paid for the flagpole itself, and paid for, I think, one of the trees, and the trees were all purchased. So the city put in the $1,500, which was able to get the monument we got. The Jones Brothers donated the 2 sandstone benches there. They have said, and we had a donor come and do the rings around the tree. So, and then and other neighbors provided some bark one year and some other things. The Jones Brothers have stated that, they would like to do more for this park. So they have a concrete business, or they do curbing and at large, like gutters and stuff for developments. But they've said they'd love to do more things. CJ Jones, the older brother, said he'd like to do more. He just doesn't know how to approach it. So
I think it'd be nice to put in like soccer, soccer goal areas.
Right.
Or, some other type of use.
I think they're talking bigger. I think they'd like to put some type of minor seating, like a picnic table somewhere, that kind of thing. So I don't know exactly. I'm not going to speak for them and how much they want to put in, but I think they're willing to do more.
Take that to Post, okay, and see what you can work out with Post and bring back to us. Sound good? Okay, do you mind, Nick? Thank you very much.
And that's all I need. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, council, questions, comments, motions?
I just want to add that the next time we do have something that has the Post name on it, that we make sure that all Post committee members are informed of this, because I received text messages of them not, and I think it's important that we do make sure that we follow the protocol so that they can come and present or represent and also support any Post committee member who is presenting at that time. So
I'm a little bit confused because the post did, there's a chain of emails. We did discuss this.
yeah, but they like to be here as far as like the Post committee chair, sub chair, all of them would like to be so they can not present, but to be here as a support for you in order to do that. And they knew nothing of it. They knew nothing of this particular item being on the meeting or the agenda. They were never informed of that. And so that's the only thing that they're asking, is that for the future, that whenever it has the Post name on there, that everyone's present so they can support the individual who's making
And
the
I
item.
understand that. I
didn't know until Friday when I was looking at.
I didn't know
Thursday
until
when
until I
looking at
was
the
informed by the
agenda.
mayor.
And it's not, this is not you. This is something for us as a council. Whenever we post or whenever we have someone presenting it to us, that we make sure that the Post committee or any other committee is aware of that presentation by one of the members.
Well, just curiosity, how did it get on the agenda?
I don't know who put it there. I just know that on Thursday I said, well, I know it's been through Post. I know that they have recommended it with the email chain. So I said, I'll ask somebody, but I don't think they were officially notified
No, they were not.
Staff.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
That email chains, it was requested we do this. I indicated that it's not authorized. These particular items were not included in the fiscal year 26 budget package. It indicated it's got to come before council. We had on the agenda for that purpose. The mayor asked that we put Post on that agenda, so that's what we did.
Yeah, I did ask for Post.
I'm just letting you know. I'm just
that's how it got on the agenda, is
information so that
from
we
the
make
mayor?
sure we do.
No, I put it on the agenda based on that email traffic that this has not been authorized, and we got to get council's approval of it before we actually spend money on it.
And as busy as we get, right? I can't remember who the staff support is for Post, but we've just got to make sure that communication happens, because giving them a few days notice isn't a lot either.
Well, ideally, this would have been discussed at a post meeting. This was never actually formally on an agenda. It was all that email, that we're not supposed to be taking actions based on email. It's supposed to be done at an agenda, and that never
We
was.
understand that. I'm just saying,
Should we
when
wait
Nick brought
on
it
the
to
motion?
me, I told him to go to Post and to get Post to see if they wanted to do it. And I understand they did. And so just for us saying, now it's going to be on the city council agenda, right? Instead of just the Thursday before, and that's in our meeting. And then they don't see it till maybe Friday or Thursday night if they're checking. I think that's way too late notice. That's all.
Should we wait on the item if it needs to go through their meeting?
It's up to you. This is on the agenda now. It can
When's their
receive-
next meeting?
Tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow?
It is tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Maybe you could approve a condition upon their review and approval of it.
Voted for as long as only in emails. This sounds great. This is wonderful, but it was never presented on the agenda for the post committee as something to say, hey, you guys, are we good for this? How are we going to get the financing? Just any of that discussion. It's just minor discussions, but they are fine to move ahead with whatever the decisions are here. They're just saying that continue in the future, they would like to make sure that they have that knowledge and they're able to be here to support whomever the presenter is of post. And it was more directed at us, never directed at you. It was directed to us, the council, or to the admin.
Are they going to talk about it tomorrow in their meeting? Do you know if it's on their agenda?
I don't think it was,
Okay.
No, not especially now in light of this. So it was never.
Okay.
Yep, there. That's just it. Sorry to have made it
Okay.
something long, but
Because I had included not just Mia and Nick, but I had included Ron Carlisle, given the historical nature of the plaques and how we'd used those before. And I thought that the post committee had voted on this. So if they haven't voted on it
the
yet,
discussion,
then
it was just an email discussion and that was it. But they're fine with moving forward because everyone did support and share their support for this idea.
okay. Mike,
I'm going to admit this is an ignorant question, I guess, but maybe it's lowbrow, but are these, I mean, they gave their life for their country. Are these the only two men that have died in war in Wasatch County?
no,
Or
just in city.
in Heber City? So here's my stupid question is how come we have a park named after Private Jones and not any, I mean, nothing else for anyone else? I mean, how did he get chosen?
Okay, so I would love to do a lot more for like, in fact, I've got a whole brain full of ideas.
Love the flags, the banners. I mean, that's awesome.
So this discussion came up specifically when we did the street naming. And they were asking, well, my uncle served and everybody else served. Well, nobody in Vietnam, we had one in Wasatch County that did not come home. He gave the ultimate sacrifice. So when I moved up here, I was like, I don't see, this is a patriotic town. They love their veterans. They got a great American Legion, but there's nothing specifically named after. I mean, we should somewhere in this country stop naming, schools and that after, great Americans, astronauts, things like that. And I thought, how can I, as a veteran, and I believe that a living veteran has a responsibility, all living veterans have a responsibility to ensure that the fallen veterans that we served with or served before us are never forgotten. Now we have a great memorial hill that has everybody's names that served for Wasatch County, but we didn't have anything specific. And I thought, here's a Marine, and I was just reading and finding all the people that had died from this county, all the way back to the Black Hawk Wars to now.
Yeah.
And I understand your question, and it's not ignorant. It's a great question. I felt that we had a single Vietnam veteran, and Vietnam veterans, as you know, have been greatly neglected and spat on and ridiculed for just serving their country, in a draft, most of them. And so I thought, how can we make something happen for this young Marine? And I can't remember if you attended, Matt, but if you attended when we dedicated that street, his mother, who was 93 or 95 years old, attended. I met with her in her room, and I'm going to try to be fast, but I went and met with her at her house. And she was in the same house he grew up in. And I walked in there, and on her piano was a folded flag from his casket. His medals were there, pinned inside it. And I thought, this is a typical mother. She told me in 50 years, because we did it on a 50-year anniversary of his death. In 50 years, she hasn't seen a single Marine. The friends tapered off after a couple of years. Hadn't seen a single Marine. No one from the city's ever said anything to her. They never done anything other than posted in the newspaper when he passed away. And so she was moved, extremely moved, as she would be. At the ceremony, we had a Marine Corps color guard here. And as the color guard came out with it, she was the first, she walked out in a walker. She rose to her feet by herself. She was the first one on her feet and the last one to sit down during the colors. And then she was the first one on her feet when we played taps. And she was so moved. And he had 2 siblings and they were moved. And it was just a great ceremony. It was a great purpose. And I had a lot of people ask me, including people from American Legion, what about this guy? What about that guy? I said, I'm only one person. You guys have been here your whole lifetimes. I don't know why nothing was ever named after the school or park or anything before. I don't know. I'm just starting out. I would love to go ahead and do another name. I would like to do, and everybody says, well, now you're just doing Marines. No. We have 2 great stories about Marines. 2 from Wallsburg, where brothers were killed within 4 or 5 days of each other during World War I. One obliterated by an artillery shell, and the other one was killed and buried. One's on the wall, the memorial wall in France, and the other one's is buried in a cemetery there. Those are great stories. Then I started reading some more, and I saw 2 other brothers. Now, there's a lot of families with brothers because it was World War II. But when you had a pair of brothers, like in this story I just told you about, the 2 that went to Iwo Jima, there was a couple other veterans from that served in Navy ships that delivered those guys from this county, but they didn't die. And I thought, well, this is a great story. This park is just a kind of a generic name for the neighborhood. What can I do to help these 2 added? Then I thought, oh, well, we had this new ordinance change on name changing. My other idea was I would like to recognize a lot more of them. I would love to see all these parks renamed. I'd love to see a trail renamed after somebody. But I'm a one-man show. So I did, just one last idea is Airport Road. We had an airman during the Pulaski air raid. This guy had 23 missions. He happens to be related through marriage. His father married the Joneses' widow, the Joneses' mother, and his son died in the Pulaski air raid. He was a tail gunner, a B-24 Liberator. Great thing. I would love to name an honorary name put it on the street of Airport Road. We have another airman that was
is to kind of just get the ball rolling, and that's
right.
why
I would love to do more. I have plenty of ideas. I'd like to get the people from Heber to recognize the 2 guys from Wallsburg. I would love to go out in Wallsburg and try. And I've talked to the mayor out there a little bit, and they don't even have markers that can be provided by the VA as a memorial markers. They look just like the regular upright markers that you see in a cemetery. I've mentioned the county. I think Councilman Crittenden.
We're at our
Right.
cutoff time.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Councilman Crittenden, I talked to him when we did this memorial for K. Purduck McJones, that maybe we can do something for those 2, the only family that lost 2 in this whole county, and it was during that one time, that we could possibly do something for them through the county. Renaming the stadium at the arena at the thing. So I would love to do more.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for caring and for making a difference here for these families that have given so much for our country. Thank you so much.
Stories in a book too.
Yes, in
That'd be
fact,
awesome.
once just a quick idea, because I know we're over time. When we republish the downtown walking tour, okay, then some of these stories could be included, especially with that marker there. Okay, so council, we've got a choice. Either we allow Post to officially vote on this and bring it back to us, or we say, if Post recommends it to us, we will approve it at that, it's already approved.
So approve it contingent on their
The Post
meeting and
advice, because I really had thought they'd voted on it in a meeting. So
Let's just send it back to them.
So we're going to send it back to them, and then we'll approve it if they approve it. Is that okay? Or do you want it to come back here
Not
again?
on their agenda, I understand, for tomorrow.
It's probably too late to put
Yeah,
on
that's
then.
correct.
Okay, so at some point, when Post approves it, we will have already approved it. Is that okay? Or do you really want it to come back to you in May?
I want it to come back.
You want it to come back? Okay, so it looks like the Memorial Day ceremony is probably going to be out, but we can certainly try again for November or maybe 9/11, right? Excellent. Okay. All right, so does anybody want to make a motion on that, or do we just tell staff, take it back to post and get an official recommendation? Sound good?
Mayor, can I say anything? This is Marissa online.
Oh, hi, Marissa. Yes, feel free.
Marissa.
Go
Hi,
ahead,
Marissa.
Marissa.
Hi, on behalf of Post Committee, we are fine for you all to vote tonight because we understood there was a hope for Memorial Day. We just weren't aware this was going to council, but Mia and I and the rest of the committee members, we were made aware of this and we're fine for you to make a motion if you want.
That's very kind of you, Marissa. We're going to see what kind of deadlines we can meet on this since the design is still kind of in flux and getting it ordered and costs and such. But thank you. That's very kind of you guys to say that. Okay, council, given what Marissa said, is there any other comments or motions?
I mean, honestly, I was going to send it back just because I wasn't sure they were putting their name on it and they were aware, and it sounds like they are. So I'm fine to approve it then.
So is that a motion?
Sure.
Okay.
I will make a motion that we approve the tap tax funding for the bronze plaque and park sign for private K. Pete Murdoch Jones Park. That's how it's stated on the staff report, at least. So this item, as it's outlined.
You want to go up to the 25,000
As it's outlined,
as it's outlined? Okay, so that would be up.
because there's more detail in here that's not in that title, but
Right.
the item as it's outlined.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Yvonne. All right, let's take the vote. Sid?
Yes.
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 Thank you. That passes 5-0. Okay, everyone, we need a time extension again. We're past 10:30.
Nick?
Thank you, Nick.
I don't
Thank you
think we
for
can.
waiting.
We can't extend again.
Okay, so we're just going to have to close.
We can just break
And
the
then we
rules.
know that
We can't
next
extend.
week we're meeting again at 7:30 public and 6 PM. I'm assuming in the closed session room.
Can I make a
6
quick
p.m.
motion? Can I move that we adopt ordinance 2026-06 prohibiting virtual currency kiosks?
I would love that. And thank you. That is agenda item number 6, prohibiting the virtual currency kiosks. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Do we have a date? I mean, I didn't see a date in here for them to remove it.
It'll be 60 days.
Yeah, it's in here.
Thank you for doing that so quickly, Chief. That was great.
Yes,
Okay,
good.
can we take the vote then? Is everybody good? Go ahead, Sid.
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Yes, it
Oh, we
was
did.
Sid.
Okay, it was Sid. Okay, yes.
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 Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, so
Matt,
we
can
have
we give you
skipped.
dates via email and then pick the ones that work?
Do a date. Let's get a date.
Looking for 3 dates.
Skipped. What are we talking about?
We didn't skip number 4
Budget.
now. We skipped 2-6, and now we're back to 4 on establishing dates for the fiscal year 27 budget workshops.
We need 3 dates for your budget workshops.
Give us some options.
Oh,
Late April, first couple weeks in May.
Okay, so we're
First
gone
couple
to
weeks in May for
ULCT
me.
till the 24th. And that leaves us 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, or 1st, unless you guys want to really meet on the 2nd. And then maybe the 4th of May. How much later in May?
Has to be the first couple of weeks, I think.
I'd rather not do it on the week of May 6th, because that's already a city council meeting. So maybe the week before, which would be
How many?
April 20.
27th, 28th, 29th,
Right.
30th, May
Is it
1st
just
is
one?
Friday.
Oh, there's 3.
27th.
Does
How about the
April
30th?
28th?
How about the April 30th is a Thursday?
I've got a MAG meeting at, MAG meeting, sorry. Can't come on the 30th.
Can anyone do the 28th? Tuesday, the 28th.
I'd much rather 2 3-hour meetings than 3 2-hour
can't.
meetings.
It says no.
Okay.
It's up to you. I mean, we can grind it out.
Well, I'd rather grind it out or do 2 3 hours
instead
instead of.
Saturday?
You've done it on a Saturday before.
Yes, we have.
Mhm.
Okay, so that would mean the 2nd of May, the 9th of May. I doubt you want to do it the day after you get back from ULCT on the 25th of May. I'm not available.
We need time. So late April, first part of May.
I'd do Saturday, May 2.
All day?
That's what yeah. Or
Did we look at the 29th, Wednesday?
Or Wednesday,
I can do Wednesday.
29, 30. Friday, the 1st.
Mayor, Wednesday, the
Hang on,
29th?
I'm continuing to check several calendars here.
Oh.
Sorry.
About the first week, if we're going to
Let's see.
consolidate, what about the first week or second week of May?
29th is okay.
29th of April?
29th of April in the evening, and then the Saturday, the May
May
2nd,
6th
to
is
finish
good.
anything up. Just so you know, guys, I'm going to be out of town on those days. I've got a grandson coming.
On when?
Don't know when the grandson will come, but
No,
hopefully
I'm
that
saying,
week.
when will you be gone?
I'll be gone that week.
That whole week?
Yeah, that whole week.
So we
But
won't
I
be
can
able
still
to-
join online.
Oh, I
First
see.
week of May, Mayor, first week of May.
6th?
Yeah, the 6th is Wednesday, and that evening looks open. The 7th looks open. No, it doesn't. Sorry. Nope, not the 7th. There's fire board and several
So
other
May 6th is an
things.
option?
Day after council.
Yes. 7th, not for me. I'm not here on the 4th either. But I'm sure Aaron can do a fantastic job as pro temp.
Where? The 5th, you mean?
No, on the week before, the end of April, May 2nd.
Oregon, oh, you're gone the 29th of
Actually,
April.
May 2nd is
20
that
29
monument
you said.
dedication too, at 1 PM.
Let's do
I'd rather
Wednesdays.
avoid
Can we do 2
Saturday if
3-hour
possible.
Wednesdays? Let's do 2 3-hour Wednesdays,
Wednesday,
council.
the 29th?
29th and 6th.
29th and 6th.
Okay.
Can we start not at 4 o'clock, please? 5 o'clock
Not
is
at 4.
fine.
Give us some time to get up.
April 29th and May 6th?
Yeah, just 5 would be fine, but 4 is really hard.
We have,
I like,
Especially coming from.
I'd even do 5:30.
5:30.
Yes, yes,
are we talking Wednesday, the 29th?
yes.
Heber
Yes.
Light and Power, 4 PM?
Oh, sure, you're right. Shoot, you're right. So
it
not
shouldn't
on the
be.
29th.
It shouldn't be. We're 4th Wednesday normally, not the 5th Wednesday.
Let me hang on.
That's a 5th.
The 5th Wednesday.
That's a 5th Wednesday.
That might be my error.
Well, it's because of ULCT that we moved it to the 29th. Because
Oh.
we were going to be gone for ULCT on the
Oh, we
22nd.
moved-
We did move
we
it to the
did move it.
29th, so the 29th's out
Ugh.
now. Sorry.
6th.
Thank you, Morgan, for
Is that,
reminding
I
me.
mean, is that
6th
an
and
hour or
8th?
is it Heber Light and Power? Because are we doing back to back? Is that too
It's
much?
gonna be a big old long night.
I doubt. We're not usually
Training.
out in an hour in Heber Light and Power.
Training for you. 6th and 8th?
6th and 8th of May.
Yeah, Wednesday, Friday.
Yeah, that's fine.
Anybody else? 6th and
Okay.
8th?
The 6th and the 8th,
Yeah,
because we're
6th
also
and
going to be here on the 5th.
Yeah, it's a
Oh.
week of.
Yeah, 5th, we have our city council meeting, but I'm good with 6 and 8.
No, it's council meeting.
Give your staff enough time to do what they need to afterward.
You're talking about
May
May,
6th and 8th.
Wednesday, May 6th, and what was the other one?
Friday, May 8th.
Friday, May 8th?
Yep.
What do you think?
How does this mesh with
Hmm. Okay,
Can't change it. I already have it in.
all right. I'm
We'll have
good.
to change it if the truth and taxation rules is wrong. Hang on, she's.
Oh. Sarah.
Okay, are we ready to adjourn? Or do you have communication items, Matt?
We need to decide on this.
They're asking.
6th
about
and 8th.
delivery. They're trying to figure out if truth and taxation rules can be met that way.
Yes, so I'm saying let's do it on the first meeting in May.
Oh.
Yeah, when we adopt the tentative budget.
Yes, sirree. Somebody needs to at this time of night.
Mm.
Do you want it to be separated by a week?
No, there was a new law that was adopted this year.
If there's an intent to raise, you have to.
You
Of
have to
what?
announce it early. So we're just talking about how we would do that in conjunction with your 2 workshops. So we're talking about doing that on your first meeting in May. State law requires us to have you adopt your tentative budget no later than the first meeting in May. We'll probably use that same meeting to make this announcement on truth and taxation as well.
Okay.
I mean, we could do.
So May 5th, the whole work meeting needs to be a budget session, is what you're saying.
No, just on May 5th, we'll adopt, we'll have you tentatively adopt the tentative budget per state law. And we'll also have you proclaim whether you anticipate doing a truth and taxation that night. That's the new law that we got to comply with.
Gotcha.
And part of that law is that we have to have a specific statement, an impact statement that that specifies the amount that we intend. There's several items, but basically the amount that we intend and then a percentage that it impacts a resident and a homeowner or a business. So you don't have to do truth in taxation, but if you want to, it's just a box you have to check. If you don't check that box in May, it's off the table. So I think it's best practice to just.
Do we need to do a short
just to
something on
do
the
that.
30th or something in advance to just be sure we know
No,
where
I
we're
think
at?
we can prepare it for that first meeting in May. I think I might need some guidance on the amount. It'll probably be a lofty amount, so don't, there's a bit of sticker shock, but it's just to give you as much flexibility as you need.
What time will we be doing the meeting then, the first meeting? At
6 to 8.
6.
Great work, Aaron. Do it into two-hour meetings instead?
Oh, shoot.
We're good.
There's other functions
I can
going
always go
on
later if
May
we need.
6th, you guys. There's other functions.
Yeah.
I've got a fire board, 4 to 5, and then that day of prayer at the Main Street Park. I think it's 6 or so. I'm just saying I can be late. You guys can continue.
Great.
Does that give you enough time? 6 to 8?
And then when are we doing it again on the 8th?
Two-hour meetings?
8th is
That's not enough.
Saturday, right?
We're going to try. The
Friday,
reason
so
why we're asking for 3
I guess
workshops
it's
this
the
year
same
is
time.
because of those requests you made of us at the retreat.
Yeah.
During the court, for example, the outsourcing of staff, we got to report back to you, so.
Okay, are we ready for any communication items or just to adjourn, please?
I say that we just adjourn unless you feel that it's
My
super.
communication is going to take longer, so I'll get it to you in email tomorrow.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
I motion that we adjourn
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second?
to,
Thank you. And then all in favor?
yes.
Thank you. That passes 5-0.
Maybe we need to get some